The House will please be in order. Those persons not having privilege of the floor will please vacate the chamber at this time, and all members and guests in the galleries will please rise as we are led in prayer this morning by Sharon Banks. Sharon is the guest of the gentleman from the 35th, Douglas Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I may take a point of privilege, if you will, in your quiet time, if you will pray for my hometown of Nashville, Tennessee. As many of you know, that it was hit drastically with an FC3 tornado. Spirit of the living God, fall fresh on me. Almighty God, from whom all thoughts of truth and peace proceed, kindle in the hearts of all mankind with the true love of peace, and guide with your pure and peaceable wisdom the members of the House of Delegates who make decisions for the state of West Virginia. Lord, we pray for the power to be gentle, the strength to be forgiving, the patience to understand, and the endurance to accept the consequences of holding to what we believe to be right. May we put our trust in the power of good to overcome evil and the power of love to overcome hatred. We pray for the vision to see and the faith to believe in a world emancipated from violence, a world where fear shall no longer lead men to commit neither injustice nor selfishness, bringing suffering among others. Help us to devote our whole life, thoughts, and energy to the task of making peace, praying always for the inspiration and the power to fulfill the destiny for which all men were created equal. Bless each today so that your kingdom may go forward until the earth is filled with the knowledge of your love and the joy of peace. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Members and guests will please remain standing as we are led in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning by the gentleman from the 35th, Douglas Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will members and guests please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Members and guests may be seated. Reading the Journal.
Journal of the House of Delegates, Charleston, Thursday, March 5th, 2020.
Gentleman, the 18th, Douglas Worrell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that it be approved and having been read.
Gentleman, the 18th, ask unanimous consent that the further reading of the journal be dispensed with and be approved as having been read. Are there objections? There are no objections. Lady from the 49th for an update on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your calendar update today. Special calendar to House calendar on third reading, Senate Bill 278, and committee substitute for Senate Bill 722. From House calendar to special calendar, third reading, committee substitute for Senate Bill 130. From House calendar to special calendar, second reading, committee substitute for Senate Bill 253. And that is all, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of guests. The gentleman from the 19th, Delegate Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of myself and Delegate Hicks, Delegate Lovejoy, and Delegate Rohrbach, we have several students from Wayne High School in the South Gallery. They are up here for CTE Day for the engineering program and the biomedical program at Wayne High School. If they would please stand when I call their name. They are Hannah Thompson, Walker Tatum, Kenley Ross, Nick Maynard, Allie Smith, Kate Queen, and Cameron Cade. Please give them a warm welcome.
Lady in the 52nd, Douglas SYPOLT.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Preston County is very, very excited and honored to have students from Preston County and the CTE program from Preston High. I think we have about 90 of them, so I'm not going to announce everybody's name, but if you have not been in the hallway, they have buckwheat chocolate chip cookies, sausage bites, and pepperoni rolls. All of these were made by the students. The sausage is Preston County sausage. We have one of the only slaughterhouses that actually, on the farm, we raise the animals, they run them through the slaughter shop, and they even do packaging. During the Buckwheat Festival, they do 230 plus hogs with a total of about 20,000 pounds of sausage each year. They also have body shop, auto, carpentry, electric. They've got it all up in Preston County. So if the Preston County students and their teachers would stand, and would we make them feel welcome? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 48th, Doug Miley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a couple of special guests with us today. They are the parents of our intern for this session, Austin Sanders. But let me introduce Opal and Rodney Sanders in the South Gallery, if they would stand and allow the House to make them feel welcome.
The gentleman from the 20th, Doug Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of myself, Delegate Mark Dean from the 21st, Delegate Rodriguerio, and Delegate Tim Tomlin, we have some athletes here from Mingo County and Logan County this morning, and if they will stand as I announce their name, we have Addison Amick, Amaya Bam Mosby, Haley Krause, Haven Deskins, Cora Harvey, Peyton Butcher, Jada Atkins, Chloe Thompson, and Jenna Dingus. On the fourth grade team, we have Jenna Hatfield, Miley Fleming, Lily Fleming, Bailey Vance, Molly Barnett, and Lindsay Kaiser. These young ladies play for a team called the West Virginia Dream. They represent, like I said, Mingo and Logan counties. They play throughout the state and throughout the country. They're on their way to North Carolina this morning to compete in a tournament, and we're very proud of you young ladies, and we wish you the best. The House will welcome them.
The gentleman from the 14th, Doug Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Joining us in the West Gallery from the Mason County Vocational School, and if these folks would stand as I call their names, we have Lexi Ray, Penelope Hott, Hannah Wood, Riley Oliver. And also up there from Wahama FFA, we have Leah Hoffman, Carly Stewart, and with them is Superintendent of Mason County Schools, Jack Cullen. And I also thank our Mason County Commissioner, Sam Nybert, is up there. So would the House please welcome all these folks.
The gentleman from the 42nd, Doug Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Delegate Lavender Bow and I up in our South Gallery today, we'd like to introduce, if he would stand, Danny Gray from Rodsford. He's been a volunteer with AARP, and today is his last day working the session. He is a long-time member of the Greenbrier County Board of Education. He was assistant principal at Greenbrier East back in my day as a student. So everybody, please welcome Danny Gray. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 55th, Douglas Spinagle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Delegate John Paul Hyde and myself, I've got to introduce the legendary Dr. Carmen Rexroad, who came all the way down here from Hardy County. She normally comes down here on day 58, 59, 60 because she wants to see the action in the House. So will the House please make Dr. Rexroad welcome?
Lady from 36, Doug at ESTEP-BURTON.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I have my most favorite son, because he's my only son, Colin Robinson. He is here for CTE Day. He and his classmates are set up over by the Senate They have these wonderful prints for free. So they've got a West Virginia one, a couple, but this is my favorite, the state capitol. So if you guys get a chance to go over there and grab one, they're amazing. But Colin is 16 years old. He's the reason I'm standing here today. I was a young 21-year-old pregnant lady with twins. He has a twin sister. But he gave me purpose. So if you guys would just give him a round of applause for everything he's done for me. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 7th, Dr. Barnhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Paging for us today, we have Riley Hott from Pleasants County Middle School, and she is here today with her parents up in the West Gallery. I'd ask them to please stand and ask the House to make them feel welcome. Actually, I think she's not here.
The gentleman from the 37th, Dr. Pushkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today in the West Gallery, we are joined by three very special guests. And if they would please rise when I say their name. We have Christy Black, who's with the Developmental Disabilities Council. Ann McDaniel from the statewide Independent Living Council. And, of course, our own Tracy White, who is a member of the Kanawha County School Board. They are here to just watch our actions on Senate Bill 253, which is otherwise known as the Employment First Act. And if they would stand, would the House please make them feel welcome?
Are there further introductions? If not, the gentleman from the the gentleman from the 35th, Doug Byrd. The gentleman from the 64th, Doug Householder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with sadness that I'm informing you that our finance staff member, Linda West, her husband, Richard Kennedy Jr., died yesterday. Richard was the president of the Charleston Chamber of Commerce from 1994 to 2004. I ask that the members keep Linda and her family in your thoughts and prayers. And Mr. Speaker, I ask the body to observe a moment of silence.
All members and guests in the galleries will please rise as the House observes a brief moment of silence in honor of Mr. West. Members and guests may be seated. Reports of standing committees, reports of select committees, messages from the executive.
Delegate Henshaw, Mr. Speaker, presents communications from His Excellency the Governor advising that on March 5, 2020, he approved House Bill 2922, House Bill 4166, House Bill 4179, House Bill 4353, House Bill 4381, Committee Substitute for House Bill 4470, House Bill 4476, House Bill 4515, House Bill 4601, Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 209, Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 449, Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 532, Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 544, Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 560, Senate Bill 573, Senate Bill 620, Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 623, Senate Bill 642, and Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 657.
The message will be received. Message from the Senate.
The Clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment and a title amendment, Committee Substitute for House Bill 2646, providing a safe harbor for employers to correct underpayment or non-payment of wages and benefits due to separated employees.
Message to be received. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration.
Are there objections? There are no objections.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate made technical amendments to the bill and title and also clarified in the bill and title that if the employer fails to provide the separated employee with the written notice informing them of who the authorized representative is and where to send a written demand, then the employee does not have to comply with the provisions of the section. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur with the Senate amendment and title amendment.
The question before the House is the lady's motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment to Committee Substitute for House Bill 2646. Is there discussion? If not, those in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it, and the chair declares the motion adopted. The question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? The clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 53 ayes, 45 nays, and 2 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2646.
Are there further title amendments? If not, the title as amended by the Senate and concurred in by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The Senate has passed with amendment and a title amendment. Committee substitute for House Bill 2892, including digital and virtual information in the definition of property that can be searched and seized by a warrant.
The message will be received. Lady in 32nd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ask unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration.
Are there objections? There are no objections.
Thank you. The Senate amendment changed the term digital and virtual information to electronic and digital information. It requires that a search warrant for an electronic device state with particularity the item, application, program, or information sought. The Senate added a subsection C, which allows a search warrant for electronic or digital information to be executed or served in any state where the information is stored or where the person or entity in possession of information does business or resides. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I ask that the House concur with the Senate amendment and title amendment with further amendment.
The question before the House is the motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment with further amendment and title amendment to committee substitute for House Bill 2892. This is a debatable question. Are there members who wish to speak to the motion? The gentleman from the first, Douglas McGee, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will someone yield? Will you yield for a question here?
Absolutely.
I'm trying to understand the core differences between what this bill, as written and ratified by this body, sent over to the Senate versus what the Senate changed in the bill. So I know you rattled off some of the changes, but can you sort of summarize the very essence and core fundamental differences of the change?
Yes. So they changed the language from digital and virtual information to electronic and digital information.
And what was what would be the difference between the two, technically?
They preferred the language electronic and digital to digital and virtual.
Okay, so it's just semantics there?
Yeah, just technical change.
Okay.
And then the second change was that they added a subsection C, which allows a search warrant for electronic or digital information to be executed or served in any state where the information is stored or where the person or entity in possession of information does business or resides.
So would you agree that expanded the scope of the bill that passed out of the House?
I mean, the House bill didn't specify that it could be anywhere.
The House bill didn't specify that it could be anywhere, but so I guess in your opinion that could be correct.
Okay, thank you.
The gentleman from 36, Douglas Rose, recognized.
I was just going to ask if what people refer to as cloud data is included in the either in the amendment that the Senate did or in the base bill that we passed.
Yes, as long as a search warrant specifies that that is what they're looking for.
In other words, the search warrant is for information.
Yes.
Not just tangible objects.
That is correct.
Now, the base bill talks about tangible objects, but we're really talking about getting the information from those tangible objects.
Sure. So the computer, or I guess the phone, and the electronic data that is on that device.
All right. Thank you.
Douglas McGee is recognized.
Yeah, thank you. I have one more question. So the Senate changed the language, and we sort of agreed that expanded the scope of the bill to include locations outside of the state that can be searched and seized, et cetera, under this bill. How exactly would that transpire, since the state of West Virginia does not have jurisdiction over companies that may be located outside the state.
Only had to be in West Virginia. They just specified it.
So, to sort of go back to the original bill, the original bill didn't specify that it had to be in West Virginia. This bill just specifies that it can be outside of West Virginia. So this really, I guess it doesn't necessarily change the substance of the bill. It just makes it clear that it can go beyond the scope of the state.
Okay, so it can't go beyond the scope of the state, but
How? Don't state.
so if a warrant is served to search a company for their electronic data, and one of their facilities or their headquarters is outside of West Virginia, how does that then work under the Senate's language? Since we don't have jurisdiction in Ohio,
Sure.
say.
So I would assume it would require cooperation with law enforcement in the other state.
And that's how it would work.
That I assume so.
Okay. And what if they don't have that law on the books in Ohio?
What happens?
I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other members who wish to speak to the motion? The question is on the motion by the lady from the 32nd that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment with further amendment and further title amendment to committee substitute for House Bill 2892. If there are no further members seeking recognition, the question is, shall the motion be adopted? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The chair declares the motion adopted. The question now before the House then is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 95 ayes, 4 nays, and 1 member absent, not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2892.
Are there further title amendments? If not, the title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Clerk will report the next Senate message.
The Senate has refused to receive and requests a committee of conference having appointed Senators Smith, Klein, and Hardesty on House Bill 4039, providing limitations on nuisance actions against fire department and emergency medical services.
The message will be received. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're requesting a conference committee and ask the Speaker to appoint 3 members.
Lady from the 49th moves that the Speaker be authorized to appoint conferees on behalf of the House on House Bill 4039. Those in favor of the motion will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the motion adopted. On that conference committee for House Bill 4039, the chair appoints the gentleman from the 62nd, Douglas Bibby, the gentleman from the 10th, Douglas Kelly, and the gentleman from the 20th, Douglas Brown. Next message from the Senate.
The Senate has passed without amendment. Committee substitute for House Bill 4019, downstream natural gas investment tax credit of 2020.
The message will be received.
The Senate has passed without amendment. Committee substitute for House Bill 4088, disposition of funds from certain oil and natural gas wells due to unknown or unlocatable interest owners.
Message will be received.
The Senate has passed with amendment. Committee substitute for House Bill 4094, continuing the foster care ombudsman.
The message will be received. Lady from the 32nd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to take the bill up for immediate consideration.
Are there objections? There are no objections.
The Senate amendment removes the requirement that the Attorney General take on cases brought to it by the Ombudsman, which is consistent with the changes made in House Bill 4092. It requires the Ombudsman to report to the Governor and ALACRA on the number and types of complaints she is receiving. Finally, the Senate removes the provisions which created a rebuttable presumption that certain action would be considered reprisal actions for the filing of a complaint. That change was recommended by the Ombudsman. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur with the Senate amendments.
The question before the House is the motion by the the lady in the 32nd that the House concur in the Senate amendment to committee substitute for House Bill 4094. This is a debatable question. The lady in the 51st, Doug Fleshauer, is recognized. Does the lady yield for a question?
Yes, thank you. So one of the things that and I don't want to call her an ombudsman because I think she's an ombudswoman, but anyway, one of the things she said in our health committee was that she didn't want to do the enforcement if she found instances of abuse or neglect or problems. If the Attorney General is out of the picture and she reports to the governor, who is going to follow up on complaints?
The legislature, LACRA.
Well, what if there are individual complaints?
There's an independent dispute process that we created in 4092 that would take care of that for us.
Do you know why they removed the Attorney General from this part of the bill?
At the request of the Attorney General.
Oh. Well, I would have thought that he would have wanted to make sure.
And I will point out, too, though, that the Ombudsman is fine with the changes.
Okay.
Based on the information that I've received.
All right. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 1st, Doug McGeehan, is recognized.
Yeah, Rule 49, Mr. Speaker. I'm employed as a manager and a youth counselor at an alternative school that's categorized as a residential care provider.
Yes, sir. As the gentleman has relayed those set of facts to the chair, both in this instance and in the underlying bill, would be the ruling of the chair. The gentleman would belong to a class of greater than 5 and therefore could vote on the question. Are there other members who wish to speak to the motion by the lady in the 32nd that the House concur in the Senate amendment to committee substitute for House Bill 4094? If not, those in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it, and the chair declares that motion adopted. The question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 100 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 members absent, not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4094.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The Senate has passed without amendment. Committee substitute for House Bill 4165, West Virginia Remembers Program.
Message be received.
The Senate has passed without amendment. Committee substitute for House Bill 4360, exempting certain persons from heating, ventilating, and cooling system licensing requirements.
Message be received.
The Senate has passed with amendment and a title amendment. Committee substitute for House Bill 4361, relating to insurance law violations.
Message be received. Lady in the 32nd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ask unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration.
Are there objections? There are no objections.
Thank you. The Senate amendments are merely technical and stylistic. Further amendment is needed to make a technical correction. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur with the Senate amendment and title amendment with further amendment.
The question before the House is, lady's motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment with further amendment. Is there discussion? If not, those in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it, and the chair declares that motion adopted. The question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 97 ayes, 2 nays, and 1 member absent, not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4361.
Are there further title amendments? If not, the title as amended by the Senate and concurred in by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Next Senate message.
The Senate has passed without amendment House Bill 4410, permitting directors and executive officers of a banking institution to borrow from a banking institution with which he or she is connected.
The message will be received.
The Senate has passed without amendment. Committee substitute for House Bill 4421, Natural Gas Liquids Economic Development Act.
The message to be received.
The Senate has passed with amendment and a title amendment. Committee substitute for House Bill 4452, modifying the notice requirements for the redemption of delinquent properties.
The message to be received. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration.
Are there objections? There are no objections.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amendment clarifies how tax lien purchasers are to provide notice to property owners who are unknown or don't reside in the state. The Auditor's Office supports the Senate amendment. Further amendment is needed to make technical change. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move the House concur with the Senate amendment and title amendment with further amendment.
The question before the House is the lady's motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment with further amendment to committee substitute for House Bill 4452. Is there discussion? If not, those in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it, and the chair declares the motion adopted. The question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 95 ayes, 4 nays, and 1 member absent and not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4452.
Are there further title amendments? If not, the title as amended by the Senate and concurred in by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Next Senate message.
The Senate has passed without amendment. Committee substitute for House Bill 4484 relating to the Hazardous Waste Management Fund.
Message to be received.
The Senate has passed with amendment and a title amendment House Bill 4502 relating to insurance adjusters.
The message will be received. Lady in the 32nd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration.
Are there objections? There are no objections. Lady may proceed.
Thank you. The Senate included provisions for company adjusters employed outside the state to remain subject to the Insurance Commissioner's regulation and jurisdiction and requirements of continuing education. The amendment further provides the Commissioner may propose rules for legislative approval to implement this section and makes technical and stylistic changes. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur with the Senate amendment.
The question before the House is the lady's motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment to House Bill 4502. Is there discussion? If not, those in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it, and the chair declares the motion adopted. The question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 93 ayes, 6 nays, and 1 member absent and not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4502.
Are there further title amendments? If not, the title as amended by the House and concurred in by as amended by the Senate and concurred in by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The Senate has passed with amendment and a title amendment House Bill 4524, making the entire state wet or permitting the sale of alcoholic liquors for off-premises consumption.
Message to be received. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration.
Other objections? There are no objection. Objection is heard. Objection is heard.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration.
The question before the House is the lady's motion that House Bill 4524 be taken up for immediate consideration. Those in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. No. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Chair declares the motion adopted. Lady will proceed with the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to make the entire state wet or permit the sale of alcoholic liquors for off-premises consumption throughout the entire state. The Senate amendment does two things. One, it permits municipalities to retain the right of independent action. Second, it removes the expedited process for a county to remain dry simply by a vote of the county commission and requires a vote of the people in an election. Additionally, it requires the state to reimburse the political subdivision for the actual cost of conducting the election. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendment.
The question before the House is the lady's motion that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendment to House Bill 4524. Are there members who wish to speak to the motion? This is a debatable question. If not, the question is that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendment to House Bill 4524 and request the Senate to recede therefrom. Those in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Chair declares the motion adopted. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The Senate has passed with amendment committee substitute for House Bill 4581 relating to West Virginia clearance for access registry and employment screening.
The message will be received. Lady in the 32nd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration.
Are there objections? There are no objections.
Thank you. The purpose of this bill is to include West Virginia Department of Health and Human Resources employees in the West Virginia Clearance for Access, Registry, and Employment Screening process. The Senate amendment adds DHHR to two subsections where it was accidentally left out. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur with the Senate amendment.
The question before the House is the lady's motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment to House Bill 4581. Is there discussion? If not, those in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it, and the chair declares the motion adopted. The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent, not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4581.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The Senate has passed with amendment and a title amendment House Bill 4589, conducting study for an appropriate memorial for West Virginians killed in the War on Terror.
The message will be received. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent the bill be taken up for immediate consideration.
Are there objections? There are no objections.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amendment just clarifies that the Commission on the Arts is the entity to report recommendations for the memorial to the legislature. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur in the Senate amendment.
Lady from the 49th moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment to House Bill 4589. This is a debatable question. Are there members who wish to speak to the motion? The gentleman from the 60th, Doug Wilson, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to reiterate my statement from previously that it would be more appropriate to entitle this this memorial West Virginians Killed, and then to name the various operations rather than the War on Terror. So that would be Operation New Dawn, Operation Enduring Freedom, Operation Iraqi Freedom, and maybe a mention of the dates. Thank you, sir.
Are there other members who wish to speak to the motion? If not, the question is the lady's motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment to House Bill 4589. Those in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the motion adopted. The question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there are 100 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 members absent, not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4589.
Are there further amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
The Senate has passed without amendment House Bill 4618 relating to deadly weapons for sale or hire.
The message will be received.
The Senate has refused to receive and requests a committee of conference, and having appointed Senators Clements, Azinger, and Jeffries on House Bill 4887 relating to revocation, cancellation, or suspension of business registration certificates.
The message will be received. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the appointment of a committee of conferees of 3 from each House on the disagreeing votes of the 2 Houses, and that the Speaker be authorized to appoint conferees on the part of the House.
Lady from the 49th moves that the House agree to the appointment of a committee of 3 to go to conference on the disagreeing votes of the 2 Houses on House Bill 4887. Is there discussion? If not, those in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it, and the chair declares that motion adopted. On this conference committee, the chair will appoint the gentleman from the 45th, Douglas Martin, the gentleman from the 7th, Douglas Barnhart, and the gentleman from the 50th, Douglas Angelucci. Next Senate message.
The Senate has adopted Senate Concurrent Resolution 59, Rachel Hershey Smith Memorial Shelter.
The message will be received. The resolution will be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Mr. Speaker.
Lady from the 49th.
I ask unanimous consent to return to further consideration for committee substitute House Bill 2892 for an effective date.
Lady from the 49th asks unanimous consent to return to further consideration of Bill 2892. Is there objection? There is no objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move committee substitute for House Bill 2892 be made effective from passage.
The lady from the 49th moves that House Bill 2892 be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the lady's motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there were 92 ayes, 4 nays, and 4 members absent not voting. 2/3 of members elected having voted in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill effective from passage. The chair will note that the chair has been informed by the clerk that on our consideration of House Bill 2892, the Senate did not have further title amendment. Therefore, we had only further amendment and not further title amendment on the bill, so the clerk will please communicate that action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. If there are no further messages from the Senate, resolutions.
House Concurrent Resolution 142 urging the President and Congress of the United States of America take no action to employ military forces of the United States in active duty combat unless the United States Congress has passed an official declaration of war.
Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of resolutions introduced be dispensed with, and that each resolution be considered as formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as indicated on the chamber automation system.
Lady from the 49th asks unanimous consent that further reading of resolutions introduced be dispensed with, and that each resolution be considered as having been formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as shown on the chamber automation system. Are there objections? There are no objections. Petitions, motions, bills introduced, unfinished business.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 4.
Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to postpone action 1 day.
Are there objections? There are no objections. Action will be postponed 1 day. Next resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 7, United States Navy Carl E. Keeney, United States Navy Frank Keeney, and United States Army Carl M. Nichols Memorial Bridge.
Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following 14 resolutions on unfinished business are naming resolutions and listed on the chamber automation system. Therefore, I ask unanimous consent that all naming resolutions on unfinished business be reported by the clerk and taken up and voted on in mass.
Lady from the 49th asks unanimous consent that the 14 naming resolutions on the calendar under unfinished business be reported by the clerk and taken up for consideration in mass and put upon their passage. Is there objection? There's no objection. The clerk will report the naming resolutions.
Committee substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 26 requesting Division of Highways name a portion of Kennelton Road in memory of fallen corrections officers. Committee substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 31 United States Army Air Corps Private First Class James W. Brown Memorial Bridge. Committee substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 56 United States Marine Corps Lance Corporal Eddie Dean Starcher Memorial Bridge. Committee substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 69, United States Air Force Senior Airman Luke Christopher Walmsley Memorial Bridge. Committee substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 74, United States Army Private First Class Roger Lee Carpenter Memorial Bridge. House Concurrent Resolution 89, United States Army Sergeant James Shellis Armentrout Memorial Bridge. Committee substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 98, Delegate Emily Warden Yeager Memorial Bridge. Committee substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 101, Claude Markle Hill. Committee substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 108, United States Navy Heath Scrappy Schilling Memorial Road. Committee substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 109, United States Airman Thomas Harry Honaker Jr. Memorial Bridge. House Concurrent Resolution 110, Speaker Clyde M.C. Jr. Exit. Committee substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 111, United States Air Force Major Mary Lafferty Call D.O. Memorial Bridge. House Concurrent Resolution 139, United States Army Tech Sergeant Denver E. Short Memorial Road.
The question before the House is the adoption of the naming resolutions as just read by the clerk. Those in favor of the naming resolutions will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it, and the chair declares the naming resolutions adopted. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Request concurrence therein. Next resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 140.
49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to postpone action one day.
Is there objection? There is no objection. Action will be postponed one day. Bills on third reading.
Senate Bill 51, specifying forms of grandparent visitation.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? There are no objections. The gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning. This bill will amend the Grandparent Visitation Act to specifically authorize the court to issue an order granting visitation privileges to a grandparent that may include daytime visits, overnight visits, and electronic communications. The term electronic communications includes but is not limited to communications by telephone, email, Skype, FaceTime, text messaging, and instant messages. It's important to note that those are included but not limited to, so subsequent electronic developments would also be included within the judge's discretion. Mr. Speaker, that's a summary of the bill. I urge its adoption.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, then those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Delegate Chris, your vote's not registered. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there are 100 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 members absent or not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 51.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 130, relating a procedure for driver's license suspension and revocation of DUI. 120. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 120, establishing priorities for expenditures for plugging abandoned gas or oil wells.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? There are no objections. The gentleman from the 8th, Delegate Anderson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill prioritizes how forfeited bond money is used to plug abandoned wells. Currently, if an operator gets into a situation where their bond is forfeited, the DEP uses its discretion to decide what abandoned well gets plugged with the money. The bond was purchased by an operator and may or may not be used to plug that operator's wells. This bill requires that the bond posted for a well must first be used to plug the well and reclaim the land covered by the bond. If, number one, the bond forfeiture is the result of the failure to plug or repair a well which is a threat to the environment, or two, the operator was cited and then failed to correct an environmental threat, or three, the operator failed to reclaim the surface causing a threat to the environment. Essentially, this bill moves the operator's well from which the bond was forfeited to the top of the plugging priority list if their bond was forfeited and their well is a threat to the environment. I ask for passage. Thank you.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are the members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, then those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there are 100 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 members absent, not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 120.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Anderson moves to amend the title.
The question before the House is the adoption of the title amendment. Those in favor of the title amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it, and the chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 130 relating to procedure for driver's license suspension and revocation of DUI.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having read? There are no objections. The gentleman from the 35th, Delegate Capito, to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 130 relates to the procedure for driver's license suspension and revocation for DUI. The purpose of this bill is to streamline the process to address crimes involving driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs. Currently dealt with both criminally and administratively. By combining elements of both forms into the proceedings already occurring before the magistrates in our various counties. We're accomplishing this goal by tying suspension and revocation of the driver's license to convictions for the various DUI-related offenses and eliminating the Department of Transportation's Office of Administrative Hearings, otherwise known as OAH, which currently handles appeals of the administrative license revocations and suspensions in these cases. I'm going to run over the sections of code which are affected by this with a description of what parts of those code are affected, and we'll be happy to take questions on any details following that summarization. It amends Section 17C52, which defines various crimes involving DUI. In Section 5-2A, it updates and alters certain definitions. In Section 17C52B, deals with the deferral program, certain changes to the deferral program for first-time DUI offenders. Amends 17C54, and it expands on the verbal and written warnings required to be given by a law enforcement officer prior to administering a secondary chemical test. It amends 17C57, which reflects the updated warnings that must be given prior to the secondary chemical test, and strikes certain portions of the current code. 17C57A, it creates a new hearing process for the refusal review hearing in the courts to review a person's alleged refusal to submit to a secondary chemical test. 17C512 requires the Bureau, which is a new section of code, requires the Bureau for Public Health to report and submit recommendations to the Joint Committee on Government and Finance regarding appropriate levels of drugs or controlled substances to be used as evidence in criminal proceedings. Currently, the code only specifies the levels of substances present in the blood for the purpose of alcohol-related DUIs. It amends Section 17C5A1, eliminating language related to the current administrative license revocation process. It amends 17C5A-1A, which requires the DMV to revoke or suspend a license under certain circumstances, adding a new section of code, which will be 17C5A2B, that provides, and it applies only to administrative hearings on or before this section only applies to administrative hearings on or before June 30th, 2020, and will have no force and effect on the date the OAH terminates. It amends Section 17C5A3 and requires a comprehensive study and treatment program, provides a new section of Code 17C5C1A, providing for a phase-out and termination of the OAH process. Simple bill, Mr. Speaker. Urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? The gentleman from the 60th, Delegate Wilson, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman please yield?
Certainly.
Thank you, sir. So you mentioned administrative and criminal penalties.
I did.
Okay. So does this bill diminish in any way the criminal penalties for driving under the influence, for injuring someone under the influence, or for killing someone while you're driving under the influence?
Absolutely not.
Does it diminish the administrative penalties for that?
No.
Okay. What does it affect?
It provides that an individual that is charged with a DUI will now be put on a single-track hearing in front of a magistrate court mostly, and that will be a criminal proceeding now in West Virginia.
Yes, sir.
Single-track proceeding.
But it doesn't diminish the penalties at all?
No.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 4th, Doug Canestraro.
Will the gentleman continue to yield?
Yes.
I just have a couple questions. Under this bill, when would the decision be made that somebody's license would be suspended?
It would be after the appropriate hearing and conviction, presumably.
What do you mean by appropriate hearing?
I mean, I think after the hearing with the magistrate court.
So would that be at the arraignment, at the pre-trial, or after you're convicted at trial or plead guilty?
It would be after the conviction or plea.
So somebody, under this bill, someone keeps their license until that happens?
That's correct.
Okay, under the current process, when is somebody suspended?
After the OAH hearing, the administrative hearing.
Can they be suspended prior to that?
No. No.
You sure about that?
No.
What if I get a letter from the DMV saying if you don't ask for a hearing, we're suspending you on this date?
Well, if you don't ask for a hearing, I guess the gentleman's correct.
I had one more question. Would it be possible under this bill for a prosecutor and defense lawyer to go to a magistrate and say, we've reached an agreement, we believe the defendant should be suspended for 3 months, and he will plead to something other than DUI, but his license shall be suspended 3 months?
I think that would be left to the discretion of the judge, but I think that's possible. You asked if it was possible.
So that part of it's left to the discretion of the judge under this bill?
I think that would be the appropriate procedure in this case.
And under the way it is now, there is no discretion. It's whether the hearing examiner decides to take your license or not.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
The gentleman from the 32nd, Doug Fast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would have to rise, and I do rise, in opposition to this bill. I attended the public hearing on this bill. Several interested parties and groups were present. The Interlock Coalition is against this bill. Mothers Against Drunk Driving is against this bill. We had a sheriff from Jefferson County testify. He was against the bill. Corporal from Huntington Police Department who does drug traffic and alcohol traffic type proceedings, that police department, he was against the bill. The resonating factor that came about in this hearing was that when you go to magistrate court, yes, the truth is so many times there's plea bargaining going on. It's let's make a deal type thing. But when it gets to these administrative hearings on the driver's license, that's where the real teeth are as far as enforcing the drunk driving laws. People fear losing their driver's license. They don't necessarily fear what happens in magistrate court. And the isolation, having the administrative process regarding the driver's license separate from the criminal court and magistrate court was a big deal right there. because the administrative process is removed and it's more just black and white. This is what it is. You commit this crime, this is what happens to your driver's license. And so I would respectfully urge everyone to pay attention to these guests that came and took their time and presented their arguments at the public hearing. I think we really ought to listen to this. I think this is a step backwards when it comes to drunk driving laws and the penalties thereof. Again, what did people fear? They didn't fear what happened in magistrate court. They feared what happened to their driver's license. And I don't want this to just be let's make a deal with the driver's license as well. I think this could be very unsafe for our highways, and I would urge no vote.
The gentleman from the 29th, Doug Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We debated this bill quite a long time up in Judiciary. We heard from people, and of course we had a public hearing and everything else. I'd like to point out a couple things. If you go, it's a pretty big bill, but if you go down through it, there are some reoccurring things, and I would like to point some of that out to you. You get to one particular area here because it comes up several different times, because as we go down through this code, and if you're following along at home on page 7, for a second, line 103, for a second or subsequent offense under this section, the person is guilty of a misdemeanor, and upon conviction thereof shall be confined in jail for 24 hours and shall be fined not less than $100 nor more than $500, which is the criminal penalty. That's already in code, but new code here underlined, and shall have his or her license to operate a motor vehicle revoked by the Commissioner of the Division of Motor Vehicles for a period of 1 year or until the person's 21st birthday, whichever period is longer, or for a period of time conditioned on participation in the test and lock program in accordance with 17C 5A 3A of this code. So what's important there, and this part's spread all throughout. One of the big arguments we've had about this is the good old boys network with the magistrates and so forth. And I know we pick and choose times at which we like magistrates and we don't like magistrates, and you know, we want certain cases to go one way and other cases to go another. But there is very little wiggle room or discretion on the magistrate's part in this bill. If you read through it, it says, and the commissioner shall suspend that license. There's a whole lot of shall in there. Now, there's a couple other things that the magistrate can do in this bill that the DMV can't. Okay, let me give you an example. So, individual gets a DUI, they get pulled over, they get taken in and arraigned, okay? Let's say it's 10 p.m. on a Friday night, and, you know, they're getting arraigned, magistrate sets bond of $5,000, and, you know, bail bondsman shows up, and the magistrate says, well, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to suspend your driving privileges while your bond's here. That's something the magistrate could do. The magistrate could preemptively suspend that driver's license as a condition of bond. And that actually did used to happen in some instances. That would happen a whole lot quicker than the DMV, because that letter from the DMV takes how many weeks to get there? Takes how many weeks to get there? Because you're going to have that criminal complaint going from the magistrate's office over to the DMV, it getting processed, and then a letter going out from the DMV. You got a couple weeks before the DMV actually gets to that point of, hey, if you don't want a hearing, we're going to suspend your driver's license. Well, the magistrate can do it as a condition of bond right there, as soon as you got arrested, or within 48 hours when you have your Riverside review hearing. So thinking about that, I think of a lot of the argument of magistrates are going to slow this down. They're actually going to speed it up quite a bit. They're going to speed it up quite a bit. The other thing, the deferral program It's not changed. The DUI deferral program handles the vast, vast, vast majority of DUI cases in West Virginia. That's where people automatically go in. They say, hey, I was over the limit. I was driving. I would like to go into this deferral program. And they go through a short period of suspension. They have to get into an interlock program, and their case is deferred for a period of time, and if they successfully complete it, they can get their license restored, this, that, and the other. Here's the thing. The paperwork is already sitting in the magistrate's office. It's already there. If you're an attorney that goes in and represents these folks, at least in Raleigh County, we have copies of those deferral paperwork there. If you meet that criteria, we sit there and fill it out with them, send it straight into the DMV. The magistrate's already handling that portion of it. It's already there. The program doesn't change. And that program is shown effective to deter repeat offenders and to process folks rather quickly to make sure that some of the more egregious cases that I'm getting ready to talk about don't happen. Now, if you don't qualify for the deferral program, you may qualify still yet for the interlock program. Guess what? The interlock program doesn't change. It's the same criteria it always has been. And if you want to get your driver's license back, you're still going through the same exact interlock program as before. So what does this bill really do? For everybody in the room that preaches and campaigns about reducing the size of the administrative state, this is a great opportunity for you to do it. This is when we talk about duplicative forms within our government, this is what we're talking about. You have a quasi-judicial body, and I say quasi-judicial because it's administrative. You didn't vote for them, and they are somewhere between an executive function and a judicial function. They have both properties. That's a pretty dangerous thing. That's a pretty dangerous thing when you get into the philosophical concept of government. Someone who judges you should not also have the ability to enforce upon you. Someone that enforces upon you shouldn't have the ability to judge you. I mean, that's why you have an executive branch and a judicial branch. What we've done is married those two concepts in the form of this administrative state, in the form of this agency, the OAH. So what we've had happen, and I know we had a public hearing, but what we didn't hear from at the public hearing was the countless hundreds of people that I've talked to over the years, and I'll give you some examples, of people that are getting their driver's licenses revoked years after the offense. Now, the whole point of having a revocation of your driver's license is to, one, protect the public. Obviously, you have a drinking problem. You're driving intoxicated. That suspension should be something that happens immediately. That's to protect the public. Also, maybe a punitive thing to teach you, to rehabilitate you. Well, if it doesn't happen immediately, what lessons learned? So I'm talking to a constituent of mine, probably 6-7 months ago. She calls me, she says, Brandon, I'm calling you as a legislator and not a lawyer. I was like, oh, okay. She said, well, I got a DUI about 9 years ago. I was like, oh, it happens, and people grow from it. She's like, yeah, they just suspended my driver's license. 9 years. 9 years. And I called Deputy Commissioner Hawley after I got that phone call, and I talked to him about it. And he said, yeah, they've been trying to clear out some cases, and we've seen that. I was like, trying to clear out some cases? I mean, what kind of due process is that? You did something 10 years ago and you get punished for it now? I mean, that doesn't even make sense. How did that protect the public? We're being told that the OAH is protecting the public. 9 years later? I mean, was this the reverse of Tom Cruise's Minority Report? I mean, you go in the future and punish them for what they did a long time ago? That makes absolutely no sense. That doesn't protect the public. Is it to punish the person? I've got 5 kids. If I punish my 5-year-old for something, 15 minutes later, He doesn't know what he got punished for. It needs to be happening immediately. That's what the magistrates can do that the OAH can't. That's what they can do that the OAH can't. So if the point of a suspension is to teach a person a lesson and protect the public, the OAH is failing at its mission. Because I can tell you from the lawyers in here that have dealt with this issue, we can give you hundreds and hundreds of stories of people that have their driver's licenses revoked 3, 4, 5, 9 years down the road. It's atrocious. And let me tell you something. If it was the criminal offense on the DUI, you have 1 year to bring that case. You have 1 year to bring that case on the DUI. And magistrates know that, and prosecutors know that, and they are held to a statute of limitations that they've got to get that case done. That's not so with the OAH, and that shows by their statistical results. They take forever to get these cases done because there's no impetus to do it. Now, under this bill, there will be an impetus to get it done. Because as the vice chair said, now this is married to the criminal process. If that criminal process has to take place within the year, then that revocation is taking place within a year. And all this stuff about people falling through the cracks or doing a backroom deal, folks, that same thing can, let's look at it this way. With a magistrate, your magistrates are up for election every 4 years. Okay? If there's a good old boy system going on, you can vote them out anytime you want to. If a good old boy system developed inside of the OAH, which I've heard over the years has taken place, show me the ballot box, folks. Show me the ballot box where I can vote out a dirty OAH hearing examiner. It's not there. You didn't vote for them. Well, know why? Because you created an administrative state that has an administrative agency that it has the power to enforce upon you as well as judge you. And never mind, they write their own rules. And then they arbitrarily decide whether or not they're going to abide by them. You can't vote them out. Can't do it. The magistrates can be, though. And the magistrates can be held accountable. The magistrates are also overseen by the Judicial Investigative Commission. The JIC can watch magistrates for unethical conduct. Guess what jurisdiction they have over the OAH? None. There is no disciplinary body looking over the OAH, making sure they're doing the right thing by not suspending somebody's driver's license 9 years down the road. Now there's a JIC that will watch a magistrate doing that. Now, what about the lawyers involved? What about the lawyers involved? We're overseen by the ODC, the Office of Disciplinary Counsel. Prosecutors are overseen by the ODC, and so forth. You have protections in the magistrate court system that you simply don't have at OAH. Now, I know that we've been given a lot of emails. I mean, how many hundreds that say the same exact thing? I have gone through and looked at them, and I noticed that some of them are repeats from the same people, but it keeps the volume up, which is good. What I did do is I called deputies that are out there on the road right now. I said, guys, give it to me straight. Give it to me straight. What do you feel about this? We could get the job done a whole lot better if we could do it in one hearing. So here's what you're doing to your deputies who are on the street. Your deputies who are on the street right now arrest somebody for a DUI, okay? Let's say they work night shift because that's typically when a DUI happens, so they're working 12 to 8. So next Thursday, this person's going to get thrown on for a preliminary hearing at 9:30 a.m. So when that deputy gets off work at 9:30 a.m., or I'm sorry, at 8 a.m., he can't go home yet because he's got to be in court at 9:30. So you got to pay him overtime for him to be there, not in bed, not getting sleep, not seeing his kids off to school, but he's there at 9:30 a.m. because he's got to testify potentially in this DUI case, okay? So he goes there, they get it taken care of, and he thinks, okay, we're free to go. No. Now, down the road, he's got to keep this case file fresh in his mind because sometime in the next 10 years, there's going to be a hearing at the DMV that this deputy has to show up for. Okay? So when this comes up again, he's going to have to take time off work, or time off his personal time again, and the county's going to pay overtime again for him to go to a DMV hearing. And let me tell you something that they've started doing. If a trooper or a deputy doesn't show up for the OAH hearing, now they're getting disciplined at their offices. So if he doesn't show up for the OAH hearing, maybe he misses it or something like that, that's a problem, and he's getting in trouble. So these guys would love to be able to handle the suspension and the conviction in the same exact hearing. Call your deputies at home and ask them. The guys that are on the street, I've talked to a lot of them in the last week, and all of them said, yes, please, Brandon, get rid of this. We can do it all at the magistrate court level. We don't have to deal with this mess at the OAH. So I hope maybe I've alleviated some of your concerns today. My overwhelming concern is that we do swift justice, that we protect the public, and we correct bad behavior in the quickest manner possible. And that's what this bill does, and I'd urge its adoption.
The gentleman from the 20th, Doug Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Vice Chairman, would you yield a second, please?
Yes.
Listening to the delegate from the 29th, a couple questions sparked in my mind. There seemed to be some contradiction to your answer and to his comments. I'd like to clarify, if you could.
Okay.
The delegate from the 4th asked you just 20 minutes ago when this revocation would apply, and I believe your answer was after the conviction. Is that what you said?
Well, actually, I think the magistrate has the authority to do it would have the discretion to do it when they wanted to. But generally speaking, I did answer the gentleman from the 4th after the conviction or plea.
Okay, so you'll concede to me that no conviction is required before the driver's license is revoked under this bill as it stands?
It would be, well, let me clarify. As a condition of bond, they could suspend from the bench. But to your question...
My question is there a conviction required before you revoke somebody's driver's license under this bill? Well, because I'm under the assumption there is not. That was the testimony in committee.
Well, I think, again, in this one case, it's possible that you could have a revocation or suspension, but you're just talking strictly revocation?
No, the delegate from the 29th in his comments said that it would be much quicker because the magistrate now has the ability to revoke a license at basically the arraignment period. I'm asking you, is there a conviction that is required before the revocation?
I think it's the entry of the deferral that can have an impact on your question. Does that?
That doesn't really answer, because I don't think that there is a requirement there be a conviction before revocation. I just thought that I missed something, and I wanted you to clear that up if I was not understanding the bill correctly.
If that's your understanding, I'll trust you based on the testimony we heard upstairs.
Okay, and the other question I have buried deep within this bill, is there not also a mechanism where an individual can lose his license or her license for up to life for the refusal to provide a blood sample?
Yes.
And I'm unclear if that is the refusal to provide that sample with or without a search warrant.
So you can't perform a blood test in West Virginia without a search warrant, but I think it's the refusal of the secondary chemical test, which is a breathalyzer.
Okay, so if one were to refuse a breathalyzer on a first refusal, then that person stands the chance of losing their driver's license for a lifetime.
No, it's not for the first refusal, no.
Line 28, or page 28, I think, of the bill, or 27, indicates that. Maybe I'll pull it up.
Line 28 of what?
No, I've got it right here. Bear with me, please. Okay. So page 20, looks like 26, line 46, says, for the first refusal to submit to the designated secondary chemical test, the commissioner shall enter an order revoking the person's license to operate a motor vehicle in this state for a period of 1 year to 45 days. That's not what I'm looking for. So I can't find it real quickly here, but I do remember asking the question in committee if there was a first refusal of a chemical analysis, that test, that a person could lose their driver's license up to life, and the answer was yes. Is that correct?
Can you stand by?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm on page 26, line 46, and it's, are you there?
Yeah, I'm looking. That wasn't the code section I was at.
So I think that's the relevant, and I could be mistaken, but I think that's the relevant code section to the time frames for revocation. So first refusal to submit to the designated secondary chemical test, the commissioner shall enter an order revoking the license to operate a motor vehicle in the state for a period of 1 year or for a period of 45 days with an additional year of participation in the motor vehicle alcohol, the LOC program. And then if a person's license to operate a motor vehicle had previously been revoked, the commissioner shall, for refusal to submit to the designated secondary test, enter an order for a period of 10 years, provided that the license may be reissued in 5 in accordance with satisfaction of 17C 5A3. And then if the person's license to operate the motor vehicle has previously been revoked more than once under the provisions of this section, the commissioner, for the refusal to submit to the secondary chemical test, enter an order revoking the person's license to operate a motor vehicle for a period of life.
Okay, I found what I was talking about. This is what I want to ask you about. It's actually page 18, line 26. It says
stand by. What do you think? Go ahead.
Okay. So that new section of code would read that the person's refusal to submit to a secondary chemical test designated under this section will result in the revocation of his or her license to operate a motor vehicle for a period of at least 45 days up to life. Can you explain to me what that is talking about?
Yeah, that's. I believe this has to do with the warning, because the police officer that would be present would not know immediately how many times the individual had refused the secondary chemical test.
Okay. And the last question.
Paragraph E.
Yeah, the last question I have for you, was this program at any time previous to this bill under the purview of the magistrate court system?
It is to the gentleman. It's not this program, but they used to have a similar authority.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
May I speak to the bill? So I wanted to just give the body a little background. I'm under no disillusions how this will probably go, but I think when you make votes, you should have all the information necessary to make that vote. Not this program, but one similarly situated to this used to be housed in the magistrate court system. That was in the late 70s, early 80s. And what was happening was when the magistrate courts had the ability to have the hearing and then have the revocation, there were a lot of individuals with 5, 6, 7-time DUIs who were ending back up on our roads because the license weren't being suspended. And from my understanding and doing some research and talking to people, this came to a head when a family here in Kanawha County was killed by a drunk driver who had a 6, 7-time a DUI and his license had not been suspended. So sometime in the 80s to 2010, the DMV had this program. There was some issues with the DMV, and the Office of Administrative Hearing was created. We have now what's called a dual track system. Under that system, the There is the criminal aspect under the magistrate court. There's the revocation under the Office of Administrative Hearing. From what I understand, that office was created to try to take the politics out of the driver's license revocation. I have some concerns that if we put this back under a magistrate court system, and I like my magistrate court judges, that those same political concerns then become a factor again on whether we're taking drunk drivers off of the road. So I think I'm under no disillusion. I believe this will pass. I just wanted you all to have the background and the information to make a good decision on what you're voting for. Thank you, Speaker.
The gentleman from the 45th, Doug Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Vice Chairman yield for a question, please?
Sure.
I appreciate you yielding. I would just have a quick question here. I don't know if this was already mentioned. I know a lot of us are getting, everyone is getting emails about this, and I keep seeing the same thing over and over again, saying that it could cut federal highway funding up to $29 million. Could you discuss that a little bit, please?
Absolutely. We heard testimony in our committee from DMV that the bill as written would not cause federal highway funding to be lost to the state of West Virginia. We cannot. We did also hear in testimony that we can't guarantee that if administered poorly, we could lose federal highway funding, but that could apply to program after program in the state of West Virginia. The answer to your question is no. As written, this bill does not cause, in the opinion of the DMV, us to lose any federal highway funding.
I appreciate your answer. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 55th, Douglas Spinagle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this bill. I've sponsored this bill for the past 4 or 5 years. And in essence, we've gone around. The only moving violation in the state of West Virginia that has double jeopardy attached to it, or 2 separate hearings, is DUI. Not reckless driving, not anything else you're doing on the vehicles. And here's how it goes. Magistrate court, the only thing they do is a fine or they put you in jail. Okay? You can beat that, and then you get a second hearing. A second hearing in front of the administrative hearing, which we have come up with this legal fiction that your driver's license is a property, and the administrative hearing can take it away. We spend over $2 million. I think we just looked at the budget. It's about $2,065,000 a year to run the administrative hearing side of things. So what does that mean? You can literally go to magistrate court and beat it on a criminal rep. The law enforcement don't even have to show up at the administrative hearing, and they take your driver's license. That's what goes on. And I have clients come in all the time. Isn't that double jeopardy? I was like, yes, that's the policy of the legislature right now, to have 2 separate hearings under the same transaction. And on this idea that the money's going to go away, the state of Virginia does it this way. A lot of states do it this way. It's fairness. You just have 1 hearing. So, and on these administrative hearings, talking about your license gets suspended before you have the hearing, right now, I forget, it gets changed. You can have the administrative hearing, and then if you lose at that administrative hearing, you get your license taken away for a week or 2, whatever it is, or you can waive having the hearing and go on the will lock program. You don't lose your license, but you got the blow and go for a little under 6 months. That's how they get around the hearings. The conviction rate at the second hearing is almost 90%. So it's literally a kangaroo court. The witnesses don't even have to show up. They open the file, they show what they had, and you lose your driver's license. A lot of the issues that they may have had in the 80s and 90s have been eliminated now with that thing called a computer and the internet. That stuff gets uploaded just like that at your DMV at the magistrate hearings. When you go through the deferment program, what they have now, which is going to continue, a lot of people, usually it's just stupidity on DUIs, okay? It happens to all types of people. You go in, you get a deferment. What does that mean? This is how it's pretty much handled now. Well, you go through the will lock program for a period of a little less than 6 months if it's your first offense. And if you complete that, don't get in any trouble and don't have any problems, and you go back in, and that DUI is dismissed, okay? But you've been penalized for having to drive around and pay a good bit of money weekly to have the will lock program in your vehicle for 6 months. Now, if it goes up further than that, then they're going to hit you harder. That doesn't change. But it is a taxpayer savings of over $2 million to get rid of a kangaroo court that we've established a double jeopardy, basically. Crime and punishment, and then we take property away from you. So if you want to just merge it into one thing, which I think's logic, and a good policy for the state of West Virginia, you would approve this bill. This isn't really controversial. It passed the Senate 33-0. And it's just common sense and straightforward logic. But it's a policy decision. Do you want to continue to go down the road of having a double jeopardy, of having crime and punishment and take away property, or do you just want to put them all together and have one hearing? That's all the bill does. And I think it's a good bill, and I support it.
The gentleman from the first, Doug McGee, is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Most of the logical points I was going to make have already been made by the gentleman from Pendleton County just now and the gentleman from the 29th as well. Very good arguments. I favor this bill as well. I've also either sponsored or co-sponsored this bill for the last 4 to 5 years. And I have many constituent stories back in my district regarding the OAH, which I believe is sort of some sort of arbitrary tribunal that's really not accountable to many folks. But I guess I'll just point out that the arguments against this bill, again, fall short on logic. They have essentially, the people that have stood up, some of the people anyway that have stood up and argued against this bill have just made one logical fallacy after the next. They've made appeals to special interest groups. Okay, so why does that matter about the merits of the bill? And then they've also, for instance, say, well, people are scared of the OAH, but people are not scared of the magistrate court, and the implication is all people are, and so that's sort of arguing from the particular to the universal. So a lot of logical fallacies. I haven't heard any sound or valid arguments against the bill yet, other than some fallacious arguments have been made. So I support the bill. I appreciate the gentleman for the 29th's comments and the gentleman from Pendleton County's comments. Hopefully we can pass this out.
The gentleman from the third, Dr. Fluharty, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will gentleman yield?
Yes.
There were some questions asked earlier regarding the interlock program. I just want to clarify a couple things. In this bill, wait for counsel. In this bill, there's actually a lifetime usage as a penalty of interlock, correct? That doesn't currently exist in law.
Correct.
Okay, so under current law, if you are convicted of DUI as part of the administrative hearing process and you go on the interlock program, there's nothing in current law that provides for a lifetime penalty of interlock usage, correct?
Correct.
So by voting for this bill, you're actually voting to increase a penalty for interlock usage for DUI offenders, correct?
Potentially, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for that. Very briefly.
Yes, the gentleman is recognized.
For many reasons, I'm not going to regurgitate, but I support this piece of legislation. As was stated earlier, it passed out 33-0 from the Senate, and a former prosecutor is a co-sponsor. So, and I think he understands why he wants to be a co-sponsor, because we should entrust our magistrates and prosecutors with things like this. We entrust them as part of kind of the emergency room of the criminal justice system with hardened criminals. You know, when somebody commits a heinous crime, they go through the process with magistrates and prosecutors, and we trust them to bring them to conviction and provide under our laws to bring criminals to justice. To say that the DMV somehow is more well equipped than our prosecutors or our magistrates to enforce the law on criminal penalties is just a farce. And we heard that in our testimony up in committee. And the number of actual offenders under this administrative process keeps dwindling, in large part because of laws we pass, like the deferral program. So we're not talking about a lot of offenders here that will come under this. And also, the current system, a flawed one, takes forever. If you come in on the criminal side, as I stated earlier, you just punt the administrative hearing and keep punting it, and guess what? You keep driving. This will help it come in under one umbrella so we can have a finalization on this in an expedited manner compared to the process we have now. In the actual hearing examination process we have, is referred to as a kangaroo court. I tend to agree with that. But they only meet, based upon testimony, about 3 days a week, and potentially up to 4 hearings. So maybe 12 hearings a week, maybe at best. But yet, they're getting paid well. If you look at the fiscal note, we provide them with vehicles, and it's really for a part-time gig. So if we have if we have this idea here, we want to cut government and save some money, which we clearly are doing based on the fiscal note, then this bill deserves your yes vote, and I'll be supporting it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from 36, Douglas Rose, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman from the 4th help me understand this bill? I had several questions. As I understand it, the purpose of the dual systems, one for criminal law for DUI and the other for dealing with the suspensions and everything, was to set up two separate systems where in the administrative arena the determination would be made about the suspensions based on the blood alcohol tests usually and other matters, whereas in the criminal law system that's where the penalties were imposed regarding being in jail overnight, 24 hours, and fines and that sort of thing. And that the purpose of it was that we had a system where people in magistrate court, before there was this administrative process, folks in magistrate court were not being charged with DUI. They were being charged with lesser offenses, maybe driving reckless or something. And I'm just wondering if in this bill, if the decision by the magistrate court controls whether or not, first of all, there is a DUI offense, and does it control whether there would be a suspension as a result of a DUI offense or any other offense?
Thank you. The way that I interpret the bill on reading it is that everything that is now handled on the administrative side would be handled in magistrate court. So they would have the magistrate as well. Remember, the parties too, if they come to an agreement, so the prosecutor too would have complete discretion on the suspension and the criminal penalties under this bill.
So in magistrate court, the decision in magistrate court will control even if there's a determination of a DUI. In other words, if the deal between the prosecutor and the defense counsel is that it's not a DUI, that it's really just reckless driving, then we don't have the basis for the suspension, or do we?
Right. I think that could be the case, but the way that I read the bill is that it could also be the case that we could say you don't have enough to be convicted of DUI beyond a reasonable doubt, but we're still suspending your license for this amount of time because there is still evidence of being under the influence, even though it's not beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right, but if there's a finding of no DUI, what's the basis for a suspension?
I don't think there would be one.
So if the parties agree that, hey, it wasn't a DUI to start with, well, let's take it down to reckless driving, they walk out of the courthouse, don't they?
Right, they would walk out of the courthouse, and as it is now, even if I decide to with the defense counsel to let somebody have a reckless driving because it's not a DUI now, administratively, they can still say, well, we're suspending you for DUI.
Right, and that was the problem that I think created the administrative system, was they said, look, to suspend a license, we can have an independent decision on that based on the breath alcohol levels and so on, and it's not beyond a reasonable doubt, it's just a more likely than not standard.
Right, but I can also tell you that I've heard stories and seen scenarios where even when there was no secondary chemical tests done, the DMV still suspended people.
Okay. And thank you, sir, very much. May I speak to the bill? Mr.
Yes, the gentleman is recognized.
Just very briefly, I'm not comfortable with the bill changing back to the system that we had before where all decisions were made in magistrate court, so I'll be voting no on the bill.
The gentleman from the 35th, Douglas Capito, to close debate on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a complex bill. I somewhat sarcastically obviously said in my introduction in anticipation of remarks and questions that it's a simple bill, but it's not. It's a complex bill that takes a big step. And it takes a step not backwards to where we were, I would submit to you, in the 80s, but it takes a step forward. The gentleman from the 55th talked about the efficiencies that we have and and the availability of information and data at our fingertips now. We have so many different things in place that allow us to process things more expeditiously, and that certainly applies to the judicial system. It's interesting to me that we have individuals, and it's actually quite refreshing that we have folks all over the chamber, from the back left corner to the back right corner, standing up and hearing concerns. And what that really says to me is that we're providing further rights and greater rights to West Virginians, and we're keeping prophylactic methods in place to protect people's liberty, but we're also streamlining and shrinking the size of government. Now, I can't guarantee you, because this fiscal note is quite complex, I can't guarantee you that this is going to save all kinds of money. Now, the elimination of an office will obviously save some money, but this could provide a savings to the state of West Virginia. It provides predictability to the citizens of West Virginia. It provides predictability in the judicial system, in the system that's supposed to determine what are and are not people's rights. Generally speaking, if someone's charged with a misdemeanor, disposition of that misdemeanor generally takes place within a year. We heard testimony upstairs about a situation where a criminal proceeding took place, and it wasn't until 8 years later, that individual was informed that their license was going to be revoked from them. They had gotten their life back on track, they had a job, they had a family, they drove to and from work, and then 8 years later they get a letter in the mail that says your license is getting taken away, and they get fired. I'm not sure if that's liberty, but boy, that makes a dent on how you live your life and how you raise your family. So it provides greater predictability. It provides a more timely system that we can depend on and that our citizens can depend on. And predictability and timeliness not only is good for the citizens of West Virginia, it's good for the whole judicial system. It's good for the lawyers. It's good for the judges. And it provides accountability. There was some concern expressed, especially from my friend from the 20th, who I believe always makes tremendous arguments. And I sat down and I said that. I said, gosh, he always makes good arguments and he always gets me. But he makes good arguments, but I have to disagree on the accountability piece. I think we want people that make decisions about our liberty to be accountable to us. I think we want people that we sit in front of that make decisions on how we're going to be able to live our life for the next several years or the rest of our lives to be accountable, not only to us, but to our neighbors. So I think accountability, having a magistrate sit in front of you and make these decisions, is actually an important piece of this. We heard from the gentleman from the 29th that, we have law enforcement that have to spend long hours on the street and then are getting dragged into duplicative hearings, not only in the criminal justice system, but also in this administrative system, which is a quasi-government entity. We have unaccountable bureaucrats making decisions over our constituents. And I think, Mr. Speaker, it's important that we tell our constituents that we're going to double down on accountability, we're going to double down on streamlining processes, and we're going to double down on making government more efficient for them. I urge passage of the bill.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there were 59 ayes, 41 nays, and 0 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 130.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Schott moves to amend the title.
The question before the House is the adoption of the title amendment. Those in favor of the title amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Senate Bill 180, relating to Second Chance Driver's License Program.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having read? There are no objections. The gentleman from the 35th, Delegate Capito, to explain the bill.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The judiciary The Judiciary Committee did provide an amendment yesterday that we adopted, and I'll provide a summarization of what this bill does with the incorporation also of the amendment that we adopted yesterday. Senate Bill 180 clarifies that court-ordered restitutions to victims of crimes is not subject to the administrative cost offset provision of the Second Chance Driver's License Act. Current law provides that when a person is accepted into the program, the DMV must work with the courts to get a full accounting of all unpaid court costs for the applicant, and any unpaid court costs which are not reported to the DMV are waived. This bill adds in language to specify that unpaid restitution may not be waived. Current law provides that 100% of payment received through a scheduled payment for a fine, forfeiture, or penalty be sent back to the courts. However, only 90% of other payments are returned to courts, and the other 5% is used to pay for the administration of the program. The bill requires now that 100% of payments for restitution be paid to the crime victim or credited to the crime victim's fund. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, the bill adds a sunset provision to the new code, which we provided for with the adoption of the amendment yesterday, providing for a sunset provision. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? The gentleman from 35th, Douglas Bird's recognized.
Thank you. Would gentleman yield for a quick question?
For my friend.
You said crime victim sum. I thought, am I confusing this with another bill? I thought we were putting that to the state forensic lab.
Let me look at the bill.
Isn't that the state forensics lab you're doing? I asked him out. Why are we putting it there when it's so flat?
Are you pointing to a certain line in the bill?
I'm trying to find it right now. Yep. We cleared it up, gentlemen. Thank you.
Okay.
Are there other members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 96 ayes, 0 nays, and 4 members absent and not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Senate Bill 180.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Schott moves to amend the title.
Question before the House is the title amendment. Those in favor of the title amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Request concurrence therein. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 193, setting forth timeframes for continuing purchases of commodities and services over $1 million.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having read? There are no objections. The lady from the 38th, Douglas Graves, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is relating to the purchase of goods and services by the state. The bill would require all spending units that are purchasing commodities and services that exceed $1 million, and the procurement for which is continuing in nature, to submit a new procurement for approval by the purchasing division 12 months prior to the expiration of the contract or final renewal option, whichever is later. This procurement is to be awarded or terminated no later than 180 days after the specifications have been submitted to and approved by the purchasing division. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent and not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 193.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 195, updating powers of personal representatives of deceased persons' estates.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having read? There are no objections. The gentleman from 27th, Douglas Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill amends West Virginia Code to update the powers of a personal representative, a trustee, an administrator, or an executor of an estate with respect to the disposition of conservation or preservation easements. The estate's representative would no longer have the power to execute a deed of conservation or preservation easement and related documents in instances when the decedent's application to establish and convey an easement was approved by a holder during the 9-month period preceding the date of the decedent's death. But the deed of conservation or preservation easement and related documents were not signed by the decedent before his or her death, or when the decedent's application to establish and convey an easement was submitted to a holder before the decedent's death, but was approved by a holder after the decedent's death. The estate's representative would continue to have authority to sell, donate, or amend such easements pursuant to certain limitations, including written consent of all heirs, court order, direct instruction in will or trust, and completion of sale pending at time of decedent's death. Mr. Speaker, the bill is of limited application, but that's what it does. I urge its adoption.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 195.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 213 relating to administration of trusts.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having read? There are no objections. The gentleman from the 27th took a shot to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is another bill that's been recommended by the Probate Committee of the State Bar. It will enact the Uniform Directed Trust Act, which was proposed for promulgation by the Uniform Law Commission. In a directed trust, a person other than the trustee has power over some aspect of the trust administration. This bill defines this person as a trust director and sets forth the duties and liabilities of a trust director and a trustee in such a directed trust. It is, as I said, a uniform act, and Mr. Speaker, I urge its passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 97 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 213.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Schott moves to amend the title.
The question before the House is the adoption of the title amendment. Those in favor of the title amendment will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it, and the chair declares the title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill take effect July 1st, 2020.
The lady's motion is that the bill be made effective July the 1st, 2020. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there were 96 ayes, 1 nay, and 3 members absent not voting. 2/3 of members elected having voted in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill effective July the 1st, 2020. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 275, creating Intermediate Court of Appeals.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having read? There are no objections. The gentleman from the 27th took a shot to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We talk a lot in here from time to time about the separation of powers between the executive branch and the legislative branch and the judicial branch, but we don't really talk a whole lot about the role of the judicial branch in the judicial system. At the heart of the role of the judicial system is to guarantee access to justice, and that is the essence, access to justice. And part of that access to justice involves the right to a full and meaningful appeal. In West Virginia, we basically have an illusory right of appeal. We have on at least 3 occasions in this body reinforced our belief that everyone was entitled to a full and meaningful right of appeal. And we've been told by the court that we have that now, but basically that right of appeal is based upon a whim. It is in many ways illusory because 3 members of that court at any time can change the rule that they're operating now under since around 2011, by which they are reviewing cases that are filed and giving an opinion, either a memorandum of opinion, which is sort of a shorthand opinion, or a full opinion. But that can change at any time. However, our Constitution gives us a clear path to a guaranteed right of appeal for our citizens. In Section 1 of Article 8, we are expressly authorized to create an intermediate court of appeal. That dates back to our Constitution. On at least 2 prior occasions, we've had experts in here to do studies on our judicial system. In 1998, the Commission on the Future of the West Virginia Judicial System recommended that we install an intermediate court of appeal. That was not done. Again, in 2009, the Independent Commission on Judicial Reform, which was appointed by Governor Manchin, which had a Supreme Court, United States Supreme Court Justice, Sandra Day O'Connor, as one of the members of that commission, they also recommended that we install an intermediate court of appeal. So this bill is our pathway to doing exactly what those experts said we should do, what our constitutional founders said we had the right to do, and the way we can, in fact, install in our judicial system a full and meaningful right of appeal. So let me take a few minutes to talk about the structure of what we're going to call the Intermediate Court of Appeals that was, as I indicated, authorized by our founders in the Constitution. It basically creates the court to become established and operable on January 1, 2023. And as I said yesterday, that means there'll be no cost in this year's budget, no cost in next year's budget, and the following year's budget, whatever cost would be involved, would simply be to install a number of candidates on the ballot in the spring election. The first dollar that would be required for this court would be January 1, 2023. The court will be divided into a northern and a southern district, and each district will have a panel of 3 elected judges. The jurisdiction of the court, and we modified this slightly yesterday, but basically they would have jurisdiction over defendant decisions of circuit courts in civil cases, in criminal cases, in writs of habeas corpus. They would have appeal of decisions of circuit courts in child welfare cases and juvenile proceedings, in guardianship and conservatorship cases, decisions of family courts, decisions of administrative agency decisions, which are currently appealable to the Circuit Court of Kanawha County, and decisions of the Workers' Compensation Appeal Board. And I think it's important to note that a lot of these levels already have appeal processes that will be replaced by the Intermediate Court of Appeals. For instance, our circuit courts are currently reviewing cases that come out of the family courts. That will change. That will free up the circuit courts to focus on other cases under their jurisdiction. And what we've heard constantly, what we heard in connection with our efforts to deal with the foster care crisis, is there is a surge, a flood of abuse and neglect cases in circuit courts. So one way that we can improve that situation is use the intermediate court to siphon off from that workload the appeals out of family court. And if you're here in Kanawha County and you're dealing with the circuit court system here, that improvement will be compounded, will be improved even more by the fact that the administrative appeals that are currently referred to in Kanawha County will also be siphoned off and go into the intermediate court. So that will free up those courts even more to focus on the abuse and neglect cases or other cases that are currently clogging those courts. There will be no jurisdiction, however, over mental hygiene orders or decisions of the Public Service Commission, which are currently appealed directly to the Supreme Court. The court will also have will not have any authority with regard to extraordinary writs or interlocutory appeals or certified questions. All of those currently with the West Virginia Supreme Court of Appeals, and will continue there. As I indicated indicated before, there's going to be some changes in the levels of appeals now, where there are currently appeals. For instance, in the workers' compensation system, we have two levels, the Board of Review and the Office of Judges. That will be consolidated into one level, and then the appeals from that level will go to the intermediate court, which hopefully would expedite those appeals. The circuit court decisions that are currently appealed to the Supreme Court of Appeals would be first appealed to the intermediate court. Now, reviews of the appeals to the intermediate court will be statutory mandated as a matter of statutory right. A written decision which constitutes binding precedent for lower tribunals would be issued in every case. The bill also provides, though, that the Supreme Court of Appeals would have the discretion to review appeals of intermediate court decisions. And for those of you who aren't familiar with the history of the Supreme Court, up until about 2011, all appeals were discretionary. The court could decide whether it wanted to hear your appeal or not. What we have now with this bill would be a guaranteed right of appeal at the intermediate court, and then the Supreme Court would have the discretion to hear those appeals further. As I indicated, the bill makes a significant change to the workers' compensation claim process. Currently, the Office of Judges reviews and decides protests, and then the Board of Review then reviews those protests. That would be consolidated into one level, and basically the Board of Review would be the decision-making process, and those decisions, after determination, would then go to the Intermediate Court of Appeals. One other area that the bill consolidates the appeal process is in the area of health care authority decisions in certificate of need reviews to the Intermediate Court of Appeals. Those appeals are currently made to the Office of Judges. So once again, we're not adding a layer, we're basically replacing what exists there and send those cases to the Intermediate Court of Appeals. For those cases that could involve an extra appeal or all other cases, the bill adds a mechanism, and this is important. This mechanism would allow a party to move for a direct review to the Supreme Court of Appeals that would bypass the Intermediate Court of Appeals when the party demonstrates either that the appeal involves issues of first impression, or the appeal involves a question of fundamental public importance, or the appeal involves exigencies in which time is of the essence, necessitating immediate direct review of the appeal by the Supreme Court. In those cases, a moving party could get a direct appeal to the Supreme Court. With regard to the selection of judges, the judges will be elected, not appointed. They will be elected to the Intermediate Court of Appeals in the primary elections of 2022. To be eligible, a person must be a bar member in good standing of the West Virginia Bar, have 10 years of practical experience, have been a resident of West Virginia for at least 5 years, and must be a resident of the district in which he or she will serve. There will be staggered terms during the initial election. Basically, one judge from each district will be elected for a 4-year term, one judge from each district will be elected to a 6-year term, and one judge will be elected to a full 10-year term. And after those terms expire, the following elections will be for full 10-year terms, what basically causes those elections to be staggered. There is a provision for a runoff, similar to other provisions of our law, if no judge in a district receives at least 40% of the vote. The Supreme Court of Appeals will and has the constitutional to administer and supervise and oversee the Intermediate Court, and also has constitutional authority to promulgate all rules of practice and procedure in that court. The Administrative Office of the Supreme Court of Appeals will arrange for the facilities for the court in each district and is authorized to provide the staff for the court. Filings will be through the Supreme Court Clerk's Office, and there will be a filing fee of $200. The bill directs that the filing fees all be appropriated to the special revenue account to fund the West Virginia State Police Forensic Laboratory. There are also some reporting requirements with respect to this court. The chief judge of each district must submit biannual case reports to the Supreme Court of Appeals, and also to the Joint Committee on Government and Finance. Those reports will be publicly available and must include a list of, first, any motion pending before the court for more than 6 months, and any case pending before the court for more than 3 months. This is all modeled after Federal Civil Justice Reform Act and was included to encourage transparency and a timely resolution of cases. Mr. Speaker, that's a summary of the bill. It's long past time for us to implement an Intermediate Court of Appeals as authorized by our Constitution and fully guarantee our constituents a full and meaningful right of appeal. I urge passage of the bill.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? The gentleman from the 20th, Douglas Brown, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, friends, and I do mean friends on the other side of the aisle. I have a lot of respect for many of you. I stand opposed to this Intermediate Court of Appeals. However, I don't stand to villainize any one of you. I don't think you're bad people. I don't think you're selling out to corporate government. I really believe some of you think that this is a way to move the business interests forward in West Virginia. I simply disagree with you on that point. Instead of spending money on this court, to which the cost we believe is unknown, many of the people I talk to that visit my neck of West Virginia talk about what can we do for better roads? What are you doing for your foster care system? How's broadband on 119? Those are the issues I believe that will attract business to West Virginia. I've yet to have any business that I represent ask me about an Intermediate Court of Appeals. We rely on this body on a report, most recently in 2009, that many have asserted that this was suggested it was needed in the state. And I won't dispute the report, but what I will dispute is the facts in the state have changed dramatically in the last 11 years. Population has dwindled, funding has decreased. And while we focus a lot in this chamber on the civil aspect of this court, I will remind this body that we do now have criminal appeals in this section of code should it pass. And one group of people that we've not really given much thought to are the victims of criminal cases. I am an assistant prosecutor, along with having a private practice as a lawyer. I can tell you victims start a case through the investigation of the agency investigating that crime. There is then a hearing in the magistrate court level. There's what's called a probable cause hearing. That's how you get to circuit court. At circuit court, there is a trial. And at that point, if there is a disagreement with the outcome of the trial, there is an appeal to the West Virginia Supreme Court. But the one thing constant in all of those processes is that the victims have to relive that story each and every time. By adding an Intermediate Court of Appeals, you're now requiring victims of the most horrific crimes that you could think of to relive it one more time, and with yesterday's amendment, to a person that's not been involved at the ground level of their case, which would be a representative of the Attorney General's office. The case that comes to my mind, and I'm not trying to play on anybody's emotions, I'm just trying to tell you facts. The case that comes to my mind was a group of kids that we represented in my prosecutor's office 2 years ago that had been prostituted and raped so violently from Mexico to West Virginia. We had a tough time getting jurisdiction in the state because these children couldn't remember where all the acts occurred. And by passing this bill, I can only think of those children having to relive telling that story to a stranger one more time. I would also tell you that our abuse and neglect system in this state is broken. As I practice law throughout the state, I talk to judges in most every circuit I go to. And I ask the judges, what can we do to improve the court system in this state? I can promise you not one of them suggested an Intermediate Court of Appeals. What they did suggest is if you want to improve this state from the judicial branch, look into hiring more judges. Let's move the abuse and neglect docket to a judge, because that docket is eating up every free minute that our court systems have in this state. If you look to the neighboring state of Kentucky where I'm at, they have a circuit court judge that is specifically assigned to abuse and neglect. I believe should we implement something of that nature, it would be much less expensive and you would continue to see better results from our circuit courts. Why? Not because the judges are inadequate. It's just they don't have the time to deal with the other things outside of abuse and neglect. I believe that would be a real positive impact and change in the judicial system in this state, which would really affect positively the citizens of our state. The other thing I'll tell you, I'm not only a plaintiff's lawyer, but I represent small businesses. I do quite frequently, probably 50% of the time. And I can tell you I've not had one small business in this state tell me, gosh, I wish we had an intermediate court of appeals. This may come to a shock to you, but many small businesses think because they have a general liability or an umbrella policy that provides insurance, that the claims that they are being sued for are automatically covered. That's not the case. What happens is these businesses end up paying either out of their profits or their savings, either to defend or pursue a case in which they're involved. If we add another level of government to force these businesses to go through a process that frankly is not needed, that will have a detrimental impact on businesses which are struggling day to day as it is to make it in this state. I could give you numerous examples of small businesses which almost went bankrupt trying to defend or pursue a case at the circuit court level. Most recently, I represented a group of nuns from Mingo County who had been sued. Once the insurance money they did had ran out, they came to me and said, you know, we're having trouble affording this. I can't imagine having to go through those people going through an intermediate court of appeals and the additional costs that that would bring to them. So friends, just in closing, I won't be long. I know we've had a lot of discussion on this topic. I know a lot of people's minds are leaning one way or the other. I would just ask you to ask yourself, is this really needed? Is this where the money of this state and our taxpayers could be most effectively diverted? And are we truly helping the citizens of West Virginia moving forward? I attest we are not, and I would strongly urge you to vote against the Intermediate Court of Appeals.
The lady in the 48th, Waxman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was not going to speak this morning, but I feel compelled to make the case that we've heard so much from businesses who don't say that we need an intermediate court to stay in business here. We've heard that businesses aren't demanding an intermediate court in order to come here. But I will say, as somebody that has made West Virginia my home by choice, and my husband and I absolutely love this state, we actually spent a fair amount of time looking at other places for my husband to set up practice because of our legal system, because of a huge problem that we faced because of our legal system. Our legal system matters, and if we all want to have a diversified economy where we know that we have a solid tax base so that we can provide the services that we all have voted so many times to give to so many people, then we have to ensure the people that are investing their work, their sweat, their treasure into building a business in this state, that they are not at risk of losing everything they had because of our court system. The intermediate court system will give far more clarity and assurance to particularly the business community, but also to criminals, that if a question is before the court concerning them, they know what the precedent is, and it will be more consistent throughout the state. This court is essential. And when it comes to taking care of abused and neglected children, the creation of this court will ensure that those kids have a final decision much sooner. So if you care about kids, if you care about growing our businesses and keeping the businesses that we have, because we have lost businesses in this state. In case you haven't noticed, there was a time that West Virginia had a lot more businesses, many of whom moved just across state lines because of how government was run in West Virginia. Our job first job is getting government right. And this is a huge step in getting government right. And I certainly hope any of you that have a question in your mind and care about the people of this state, care about the children of this state, will vote in favor of the establishment of this intermediate court.
The gentleman from the 10th, Doug Kelly, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Where do we go from here? I've looked at this issue for 6 years. I don't know. I'm kind of at a loss. I don't know whether to go for it, don't know whether to go against it. This is what I do know. I have a number of people from my hometown and my community that have said, don't vote for this. I've had a number of people send me emails that said, we need to support it. I've heard from the business community, they support it. This is what I do know. I came to this institution to try to create jobs, not for myself. I'm too old. I don't need a job. I see some of my friends over here kind of snickering. They're the same way. I don't need a job. But I've got grandchildren in the state of West Virginia, and they're growing up. They range from 18 to 11 months. And one of these days, they're going to need a job somewhere. And if I can keep those grandchildren in the state of West Virginia with a quality job, I'm going to do it. That's why I'm here. Now again, I'm going to listen to the debate. And I still haven't made up my mind which way I'm going to vote. But one thing that keeps coming back, I come from industry, and I was talking with a gentleman who was a manufacturing manager of a major corporation within this country. And we were talking, and he had just been promoted. And I congratulated him on him. I said, well, you're here in Parkersburg. You just got promoted to a manager over an entire division. Are you going to move your division headquarters to Parkersburg? And he looked at me and he said, I'm going to stay here for 2 more years because my kids are in the public school system here in Wood County, and they're going to graduate. They'll both be graduated in 2 years. Then he said, I'm going to move my division somewhere else. And he said, if I were going to move my department headquarters anywhere, it would not be to West Virginia. And I looked at him and I said, why? He said, because of the legal climate that we have in the state of West Virginia. And until that climate changes, there's no way that me or anybody else from my company is going to expand our operations in this state. Now that says a lot. That says a lot for somebody that's down here that wants to create jobs, that wants to bring new industry to the state of West Virginia. And that gentleman's comments have worked on me, and they've rattled in my mind since we started this. I don't know. And I guess I won't know until the lights show up on the wall. But those are some comments that need to be thought about. And we have worked a long ways on our legal climate. We have a ways to go. Pray for us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 35th, Doug Scaff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, ladies and gentlemen, I stand here today as an elected official, a small business owner, taxpayer of West Virginia, and a proud father of 3. And I think you guys saw my 3 boys here yesterday. My desk is still terrorized from them being here and speaking. But I just want to thank you all for the gesture. My boys wanted to come back to work today with their father because of you all made them so welcome here. And I thank everybody in here for doing that. Hundreds of bills come across our desks, 1,100 or so, I think this year, if not more. And we're presented with the case on the facts and the merits and whether to vote for or against something. And as I heard my colleagues' remarks, it made me remind me of myself of some of the bills and some of the things we debated about in length in here. and the people aspect of it. I mean, think about some of the stuff we spent hours and hours on, you know, from guns to education to trucks to coal to solar. But there was people. There was people all over the galleries. There was people here. There was people talking to us. There was people on one side or the usher. And the thing in my finance committee that we lacked up there when we talked and we talked about this bill in great length was what was absent was people. Was people in the room for this bill. There was one person there in the finance committee that said they didn't represent any business in West Virginia. They represented a national organization that was for this. That was the only person in our committee. Now, I know we had a public forum, and I know we heard others, and there were people out there for this bill. I'm not saying that. But we're basing the facts of the finance committee off of a study from 2009, and then again from 1999, from 10 and 20 years ago. And you're right. We probably did warrant an intermediate court in 2009. Our court system was a lot different than it is now. 10 years have passed. 10 years have passed since that last study. What do we have now that we didn't have then? We have business courts. We've got drug courts. We've got all the facts and data I've seen, you know, the backlog, and my chairman from Judicial made some great points that, you know, I haven't had one business tell me that if they really wanted an appeal, they didn't get the appeal. I know, and I'm not a lawyer, and I don't pretend to be, but those people who wanted a judgment or wanted a precedent, they got some sort of ruling whether they appeared in court or not. And all our case log and everything is way down. But, you know, forget about that. Our state has lost 57,516 people in just 5 years since the last 2009 report. In the last 10 years, we've lost more people than any other state in America over a 10-year span. But as a small business owner, and that's what I wanted to focus on today, as a small business owner, think what this would do. I think about what it would do to me. Think if I had to go just one time and pay those legal fees and pay those lawyer fees and fight this in court over whatever issue, then I have to choose between making my payroll that next week or paying more legal fees to take it to the next level. And what if I had to do it a third time and then maybe ultimately a fourth time? As a small businesses out there, 80% of West Virginians are small businesses out there. They can't afford, no offense to the lawyers in here, to continue paying lawyers over and over again. No small business wants to spend their hard-earned money and tied up all that time away from the job in the workplace in the courts. They want a precise, quick verdict, whatever it may be, and we get back to work. You know, I hear this thing about, I heard from my colleague over there, she said, we need more precedents. We need more conclusions so businesses might want to come here. Well, think about this. I'm not so sure we might get more precedents. We may not get more of those results because here's what's going to happen. As a business owner, I wouldn't want to take it to the next level. You know what's going to happen? That's going to force me to settle outside the court. That's going to force to get my verdict even faster and not wait for the next court that could drag on 2 or 3 years. If you're a larger corporation, it might behoove them to drag this thing on where they have plenty of money to pay they have in-house counsel. I don't have in-house counsel. I can't afford to drag this thing on for 2 to 3 years. So those precedents that we say a new court, a new layer might bring, maybe, but maybe not. So that's not valid. And the other thing here, you know, as a small business owner, we talk about we got to add another tool to the toolbox to attract these businesses here. I'm proud to be a West Virginian. I'm proud to have my businesses here. You know, I have plenty of tools in my toolbox to keep my businesses here. And if those people need this as an excuse to come to West Virginia or not, they're using this as an excuse why they're not here. Well, you know what? What about those other tools we have, like the people of West Virginia, like the hardworking West Virginians that are here? What about them? What about the people who built this state? We talk about bringing new businesses here all the time, and that's great. I'm all for that. But think about those businesses like myself and many of you in here that could be jeopardized. I have a quick story for you. This is a true story. There's a company out there, spent $100,000 or so on landscaping services. And they took pride in hiring a local landscaper to do their services, to make their place look beautiful. They paid 20% up front, a little bit more halfway through, and stiffed them for the rest of it. Over $50,000. Stiffed them. That small business did a wonderful job. They have two choices: dig up all those plants that are now null and void and all the bushes and trees and shrubs, or fight this in court and try to get their money back. So they fight it in court. They spent $50,000 that was already owed, so now they're even. Then that other person appealed to them to try to not pay them even longer, cost them another $50,000, so now they're negative $50,000 on a $100,000 project. Just think if we added another layer, they'd be down another $100,000. The point is, these small businesses can't afford for these larger corporations who have in-house counsel to keep dragging them down the road. Forget about it. Business owners. Talk about this. Landowner. Taxpayers. Think about this. I've had people all over my district and across the state reach out to me on this one issue. What if you're a senior citizen? What if you're in Sistersville? What if you're in Letart or up there in Chester with my colleague in Gas Country? What if your property gets taken by eminent domain for government use? Okay, that happens. That happens. What if that property is then sold to an entity that is a for-profit entity? That happens. They have to pay you fair market value for your property. Well, everyone has a different interpretation of what fair market value is of your property. I probably think mine's worth a lot more than it really is, but it's besides the point. You go and you fight that out in court. You can't tell me that a senior citizen on fixed income has the extra means and resources to continue to fight this and fight this and fight this. Let's talk about their freedom. Let's talk about their liberty. They're taking their property away from them, and they can maybe mortgage their house, pay the legal costs for one round, but now 2 rounds, and then maybe 3 rounds. What are they going to do? Probably settle outside the court, get something that's not really true of their value, and move on. But lastly, and I'll wrap up here, you know, as a good steward of policy and campaigning, like my colleague from the 20th said, I knocked on tons of doors these last 2 years, and I'm knocking on some doors now and talking to people. And Delegate Scaff, get up there, raise some cane and look out for me, be a good steward of our taxpayers' dollars. Help me bring my students back to West Virginia. Help me keep my students here. Help me live, work, and stay in West Virginia. What they didn't say was, please go up there and get me an intermediate court of appeals. Bring me an intermediate court of appeals. You know, I think about this, what John F. Kennedy once said, because I tried to pride myself as a moderate, as a conservative. I try to work with all people in West Virginia, no matter their politics or their policies or what they believe in. And John F. Kennedy once said, don't ask what your government can do for you. Ask your government to get out of the way so that you can be free to take the responsibility for yourself, your family, and everyone else you care about. So, Mr. Speaker, I remind everyone that we hear it all the time. This is the people's house. The people don't want bigger government. They don't want bigger bureaucracy. They don't want more costly and prolonged journey to seek their justice. Let's vote no together as a body for the people and put all West Virginians first. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The lady from the 49th, Douglas Summers, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to talk about why we should vote green. We're talking about what our constituents want, and they're saying, look out for me, look out for me. Do they even realize if they get convicted of a crime that they're done? They don't really have a true right of appeal in our state. Every one of our constituents deserves to have access to justice. Every single person deserves to have a right of appeal. How do you get that in West Virginia? You hope the Supreme Court takes it up and then maybe issues some memorandum decision, whatever the right word is in the court system. It surprises me when we talk about we can't do this because it costs too much money, but we voted so easily green to provide $11 million in dental care. But we don't want to provide a potential $8 million 3 years down the road from now for people so that they have a chance to have their appeals heard, to be even the right to appeal. The gentleman from that spoke over here made sure he put criminals into this system to have an appeal. He thought it was so worthy that they should be included. The lady from the 4th thought that abuse and neglected children needed to go through this process because it was such a worthy process. Judges don't want it. Would you want it if you were a judge and your decision was going to be reviewed by another judge? No, you want your verdict to stand. I believe our people deserve a true right of appeal for their convictions or their judgments, irrelevant of the price. And I think a no vote says, I don't think you're worth it.
The gentleman from the 10th, Doug Azinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the bill. I have 22 and 2/3 grandchildren. Only 5 of them live in West Virginia. The 2 biggest private employers in my county are DuPont and Chemours. I've been down there several times for meetings. They always bring up the intermediate court. Always. You know, people criticize big business. Who pays big wages? The biggest payers in my county are the biggest businesses. People at DuPont, all of them make over $75,000 a year. It's not uncommon for an operator to make $100,000 a year. Now, that's more than 40 hours, but that ain't all bad. He doesn't have to wear a Brooks Brothers suit to work. The business community wants this. DuPont, I know, we've lost some expansions. And one of the 2 reasons, biggest reasons, is we don't have an intermediate court. If we want to bring big employers who pay big wages to West Virginia, we need this court. I strongly urge a green vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 17th, Doug Lovejoy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to rise today to make a case, and I'm going to ask you to decide the case based on evidence. And the case is simply this. I want my friends here in the House to ask yourselves this question. Should we expand our state government by creating a whole new court with more judges, more staff, millions of dollars in costs, when our caseload is a fraction of what it once was? Now, there's 2 points in my case I'd like you to consider. That's necessity and that's cost. This bill was vetted by 2 of our finest committees, 2 majors, Judiciary and Finance. In Judiciary, we focused on the necessity. That's the question. Do we need this? In Finance, we focus on the cost. What will it cost, and should we spend that? So I'm going to start with necessity. Here's what we know. I put on your desk a chart, and I hope you took a few minutes to take a look at it because I think it's compelling. That chart gives you the data from 1985 to 2019. The evidence on the chart is clear. That's not my numbers, that's the numbers of the Supreme Court. It shows you that total West Virginia appeals are down 67% since 1999. That level of decrease is 4 times the national average. And civil appeals in the last 15 years have decreased 56%. My friends, those are the facts. Now, while that number of appeals has gone down, what has increased is the percentage of cases that get a full and final decision on the merits, because that's 100%. Since 2010, the court has issued opinions in every case, a written decision on the merits. What I'm holding up is one that was issued yesterday at 3:00 p.m. while we were sitting in here. It's an opinion in a case. It gives a background. It gives you the standard of review used by the court, a discussion of the points of law, and a conclusion. It has a date of issue, and it has signatures of the people that are elected by West Virginians to render that decision on the merits. This one was decided by Chief Justice Tim Armstead and concurred by 4 of the other justices. A unanimous written decision, every case. Now, that's despite claims to the contrary, some of which you've heard here today, that there is no automatic right of appeal in West Virginia. If you don't like a result that occurs in the circuit court, And goodness knows if you've tried some cases, there's been some of those. You have a right to file a notice of appeal. You will be heard with a written decision on the merits, every case. Now, these opinions have been ruled by our court to be legal authority, to have the rule or have the authority of precedent. You can rely on them as points of law. It's a body of law. This new court is not necessary for West Virginia. That's why 1 in 5 states in the United States don't have one. That's why no state in the United States with less than 2 million people in population has one. It's unnecessary. The evidence is clear, and I hope that you will agree that the evidence shows it's not necessary. Now, the second point of this case is one of cost. Now, I'm from Huntington, but my grandparents are from Lincoln County. My grandma was a country woman, and she used to tell a story about a pig and a poke. Had no idea what that meant. She explained to me that a poke was a sack, and that you would go and you would buy a pig and it'd be in a sack. And I don't know why you buy a pig in a sack, but she did. And she would say you always look inside because you didn't want to have a pig and a poke. What I learned that meant later is that you need to know what you're buying. You need to know what's in it and what's it going to cost. I appreciate the work in finance of fleshing out the cost of this pig and a poke. We know from the evidence there were 5 fiscal notes before the changes yesterday. Those 5 fiscal notes showed $8.5 million from the Supreme Court in year 1. That includes an extra $1.3 million to buy technology, equipment, and furniture. We also know that the PDS, $1.2 million. CPRB has new retirement costs. The AG, another $2 million. This thing's going to cost, it's an 8-figure court at the very least, and that's not including the abuse and neglect we talked about yesterday. Because see, in those cases, many times the state is paying every lawyer in the room. The mother, the father, the grandparent. So you've got every person in the room is on the state payroll. Now that may not make me the most popular guy at the state bar, but the truth is the state doesn't need to spend the money on all those lawyers for yet another layer. Sometimes you might have 3 lawyers, 6 lawyers, 9 lawyers, every one of them getting paid. I think that on the argument of cost, the evidence shows clearly that this court is unnecessary and too expensive. My friends, I hope you will take that evidence, set aside the emotion, set aside the propaganda, set aside everything, and look at the evidence. This is a body that deliberates. This is a body that works things in committees, that has witnesses and facts, and look at them. And I promise you that if you ask yourself this question, looking at the evidence, should we today vote to expand state government by creating a whole new court, more judges, more staff, and millions of dollars of cost, when our caseload is a fraction of what it once was? Your answer will be no. We're the keepers of the purse. That's our duty. I ask you to vote no and do just that.
The gentleman from the 35th, Doug Capito, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm flummoxed. This is a head scratcher. And I'm just rise for a consistency check. We've heard members talk about how it would be unduly and prohibitively expensive to add criminal hearings to the Intermediate Court of Appeal. Have a roll call from the Committee on the Judiciary from February 28th that shows unanimous adoption of that amendment. 25-0. Everybody was present. Hear about cost. Costs too much. It's not going to cost any money for the first 2.5 years. So if that's your argument, I'm not so sure that you don't need to take a closer look at this bill. I've heard about delay. Is this going to delay? And the same individuals that are talking about how this is going to cause delay decided to put in and include our most vulnerable West Virginians yesterday with abuse and neglect cases. We passed a foster care bill this year to protect our most vulnerable people. And now, the same individuals that say that this is going to cause delay in the process want to add our most vulnerable citizens to this delayed process. And if it's such a horrible idea which philosophically I will not disagree with. And I think to the gentleman from the 17th, he puts the question squarely before the body as it should be. Do you or do you not believe this is necessary? If you don't believe it's necessary, vote no. If you think it's necessary, vote yes. But let's be intellectually consistent here, folks. It's a philosophical question. It's a, as our lawyers and judiciary like to tell us, it's a policy question that we all need to decide. But let's be consistent. Every person in here that I've talked to and that I've heard speak about a concern for the increase in skyrocketing costs of this court voted yesterday to exponentially increase that cost. That's inconsistent. Now, I'm going to vote how I'm going to vote, but I'm going to try to be consistent. I don't know whether, whether you think criminal appeals or abuse and neglect appeals should be included in this, but if you voted to include them and you complain about the cost, that's inconsistent. I think that's inconsistent. So I'm going to try to remain consistent today. If you believe, however, again, if you believe it's unnecessary, if you believe it's an added bureaucracy, I can accept that. I can accept that, and I can accept my friend from the 17th's argument that truly, and his arguments upstairs were the most compelling I've heard against this bill so far. That you just don't like it. I just don't like it, and if you just don't like it, that's fine. Vote against it. But if you believe there is some benefit, as the gentleman from the 10th mentioned, if you believe that a broader and more robust precedential body of law in West Virginia increases predictability and improves the chances for businesses to look into West Virginia and have a predictable legal environment, I would suggest to you that a green vote is your vote. This bill has no budget implication at all this year. It has no budget implication at all next year. And it has a 6-month implication the year after. We've provided ourselves time to evaluate this. I think this is a very serious step. And whether or not your constituents call you and say, we really need intermediate court people, nobody's called me and said that either. But one of the responsibilities of this body and this government is to ensure that we have a structurally sound government. It's not sexy, but we have to be the housekeepers of our own building here. And this is part of that. So I would suggest that we be consistent, Mr. Speaker. I think we vote our conscience, and we decide whether or not we think that this is necessary. I'll be voting green.
The gentleman from the 48th, Doug Miley, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to stand and make a few comments based on, I hope, fact and logic and not emotion and not cost. Because to be clear, to have an adequate system of justice, you should prioritize that cost if that structure is needed. But let me point out a couple of things. What you didn't hear anyone in support of this bill say that Procter & Gamble cared about an intermediate appellate court. You didn't hear about the Virgin Hyperloop folks, and we're on the final list, care about an intermediate appellate court. You didn't hear Rockwell say they cared about an intermediate appellate court. You didn't hear Clorox, who I understand is coming to the Eastern Panhandle, care about an intermediate appellate court. I was there when John Chambers was beamed into the House Gov Org room. He didn't say anything about an appellate court, or excuse me, an intermediate court. When Intuit decided to come down to Mercer County, they didn't let the lack of an intermediate appellate court deter them. When Brad Smith was here speaking, both via closed circuit TV and in Huntington, I don't recall anyone sharing that he said we are lacking an intermediate appellate court and that's the impediment for business growth here. We've had a number of people come into the Tech Caucus, and I haven't heard the co-chair of the Tech Caucus talk about any of them remarking about how the Intermediate Appellate Court is an impediment. Those are facts. That's logic. Let's retrace a little bit of history here. For multiple years, as the gentleman from Mercer said, the chairman of Judiciary, we've passed a bill over to the Senate saying, to the extent there's any question or concern, which we don't believe there is, we'll put in statute that you have an automatic right of appeal. And who chose not to run that bill? Those folks are down the hall. And now they want us to run their pet projects. Now, in 2009, you heard about a report that said we need an intermediate appellate court because you weren't guaranteed the right of appeal. Let me just be clear. You had the right to appeal. You just didn't have the right that it would be heard. But that was changed. The court, even when it was primarily Democratic justices, which it doesn't exist now, they responded and reacted to make it a meaningful court. And you do get written opinions, which is exactly like the federal level. And I don't hear anyone talking about the federal level. You have a trial court at the federal level. You can appeal it to the Fourth Circuit. You might get a fully written opinion, or you might get something as little as, for the reasons set forth in the order by the district court dismissing the case, we affirm. That's what you have there. That's what we have in West Virginia. And in both instances, you can appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court. The reality is you're probably not going to get in there. So ours currently mirrors what's being done at the federal level. Number two, I've heard about backlogs and clogging of courts. I submit to you, that's not at the Supreme Court level. That's at a circuit court or family court level. And when we address things like this, and we want to make structural changes, I would suggest we take a more critical analysis and take a scalpel approach instead of a hatchet approach. If we're concerned about administrative appeals being backlogged in Kanawha County, let's add one or two judges in Kanawha County, designated them solely to hear those administrative appeals. If we need additional judges at various locations to handle the abuse and neglect cases, let's hire an additional judge or two. But I put on your desk, and you know, I'm sure members of the Supreme Court are listening, or their staff is listening, and it'll get back to them, but I feel compelled to be very frank and upfront with you. I put on your desk the schedule of our state Supreme Court for this year. It includes 9 months. 3 months are left off. Why? They don't work July and August, and they don't work December. Take a look at November, and take a look at June. Now, if this calendar was complete with a bunch of colored dates that reflect court hearings or court conferences, and they were coming to us and saying, we need help, we are overwhelmed, then the need for an intermediate appellate court might be indefensible. These are facts. This came off the website. This isn't me telling you what their schedule is like. This is what they printed. And I'm not here to criticize them. They're caught up. There's no backlog at the Supreme Court. Now, one of the things the gentleman from Mercer, the chairman of Judiciary, said, that with the Intermediate Court of Appeals, some appeals to the Supreme Court will now become discretionary. Their schedule won't get busier. Their caseload will get lighter. And we're starting out of the box with 3 to 5 months where they're not really scheduled to work that hard. Now, I wasn't going to speak because every time a legal issue comes up, I'm afraid that it's going to appear self-serving. And I can imagine why you'd think that, because I practice within the legal system. I can tell you, the sky's not going to fall whether we pass this bill or whether we don't pass this bill. I'm just trying to provide you the facts and the data to drive your decision making. Most of my cases resolve before even having to file suit, which reflects why there's a significant decrease in cases appealed to the Supreme Court. So my point in standing and rising before you and asking you to vote no is, when the day and time comes that this is needed, we ought to implement it. I don't think that day and time is now, and I don't see it in the foreseeable future. I think we know very clearly why businesses aren't coming to West Virginia. They all say we need a qualified and educated workforce. So to the extent people have stood up and said this is a job creator, I just don't think it is. I mean, no one really expects to get sued and have to assess the number of levels of appeals. And I know it's fanciful to talk about the legal climate, and we talk to people in our districts who refer to it. But you need to press them. Help me understand what you're talking about. Have you had a big verdict against you? I mean, give me some facts. Because unfortunately down here, we get sucked up into that as well. We get caught up into buzz phrases and key talking points without appropriately assessing the facts. One final thing I'll address that was mentioned about the abuse and neglect and about delaying the justice, I guess, for the most vulnerable. Number one, in opposing that amendment yesterday, the chairman clearly said it will just delay things. Well, if it's just going to delay things, I don't know why delay is appropriate in some circumstances, but not others, number one. Number two, I don't do abuse and neglect cases either, but you know, people are presumed innocent until proven guilty. I know we all hear abuse and neglect and think these parents are absolutely guilty, but what they have, and to justify, if you're going to have an intermediate appellate court, which is why we made the amendment, if you're going to have it, if your parental rights are going to be taken away from you, shouldn't you be able to avail yourselves of the appellate process? I think that's adequately done now to the Supreme Court, but if we're going to have an intermediate appellate court, why shouldn't those parents be able to avail themselves of that as well? So for the reasons I've stated, I urge a no vote, because I don't think it's going to accomplish what people think it's going to or tell you it's going to, and I don't think it's needed now based upon the caseload, the facts, and the work schedule of our current Supreme Court. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 6th, Delegate Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciated the words of my friend, the minority leader, and I've also appreciated the words of everyone in this building today. I want to bring two out to you. Two of the gentlemen from the 10th both spoke, and both of them spoke very well based on their certainty or uncertainty of where they were going to go with this. My good friend back here, who is full of wisdom, and I tell him that every day, says he's certain. My cousin, if I may call him that, down here, is more like me. I'm not sure, but what I am certain of today is this. We don't like change in West Virginia. We get uncomfortable when we're challenged to change. We like the status quo. We're comfortable with things being the way they've always been, and when somebody comes up with an idea, good, bad, or indifferent to us, we go, I don't know about that. I'm uncomfortable with that because it just may not work. Well, what if it does? What if it does? What if what we're doing here today really makes a difference in West Virginia? We've done a lot of big things down here this year that we can all be very proud of. Foster care. I can be proud of foster care. I can be proud of the things that we've done. We've come across the aisle many times. Most of the time in this house, we're a big majority of green on the board. Now that won't happen today, and none of us expects that to happen. But I want to challenge every one of you in here today to vote your conscience. If you're uncomfortable with change and just uncomfortable with change, I challenge you to get uncomfortable. Take the step, take the leap of faith, and become a little bit uncomfortable and see if that's the right decision. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 60th, Delegate Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was kind of fascinated a while ago to listen to my good friend from the 17th. He is, in my estimation, humble though it is, one of the smartest and most honorable people that I've met in this building. So I was a little surprised to hear that going through the exact same logical steps that he did, I came to the opposite conclusion. Since then, I've sat here and I've thought about why he and I would differ on this, because I think we're both fairly intelligent and honorable people who are trying to do the right thing. We've got the same information before us, and all that I could come up with, and I think this is the foundational issue, is this body exists to maintain the individual rights, the individual natural rights of every citizen of this state. And as part of that process, we must maintain the institutions that allow the society to exist in which we can exercise those individual rights. Now, I don't think the gentleman disagrees with that at all. On the other hand, I think he sees it from a different perspective than I do. My perspective is that this is an absolutism. This is the critical issue for which we are here. We are not here to solve other people's problems. We're not here to make their lives more comfortable. We are here to maintain the institutions that allow them to live free and build their own lives. And as part of that, we must absolutely ensure that they have the right of redress, that they have access to the machinations of justice in this state. Now, that's my perspective, and I appreciate the gentleman because I do believe he's wise and gracious, and I think that he's trying to do the right thing. I differ on the conclusion, though. I think we need this court so that we can ensure the access of the people to the machinations, to the machinery of justice in this state. I'd also like to address the idea that the population of this state does not support the structure of this new court. And at this point in time, I agree. However, as I've spent my years doing strategic analysis and strategic planning, it's always been clear to me that you have to build the structure for the next phase. And I personally have enough faith in West Virginia, in West Virginians, to recognize that we're about to grow. And we need to be ready for that. I do not mean to indicate that because we're going to grow, we're going to have a lot more problems, a lot more legal issues per capita. I'm just saying that we'll have a lot more issues to deal with because we'll have more people. And that's something we need to be prepared to deal with. Otherwise, we are denying people their individual natural rights and their access to the machinery of justice. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 1st, Tugget McGee, is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Most of some of my colleagues already made most of the points I was going to make. I just wanted to say, though, some of the people, I don't really think this bill, I think it's exaggerated on both sides. I don't think the proponents of this concept, it's going to achieve what they believe it will achieve. I don't think the opposition to this bill, I don't think the opponents of this bill, I think they're fearful of something that may not come to fruition. With that being said, I will say there were some arguments against the bill that definitely swayed me. But I think one of the best arguments in favor of the bill, though, actually came from the majority leader. I think she probably made the most logical argument that was very sound in favor of the bill. I don't know if it swayed me yet, but I wanted to point that out. And I just also just wanted to point out something that's kind of a pet peeve of mine, I guess. Many logical fallacies with the arguments. Primarily, I took notes of the arguments made against the bill. One individual lectured us on being consistent. I find that kind of ironic. That was I think, the bandwagon fallacy, which is those in power want this bill, so you just come up with some sort of reasoning to back that up. That's the bandwagon fallacy. There was the appeal to emotion. Of course, that was made several times. One was a fallacy made in favor of the bill was arguing the particular to the universal might benefit one person, and therefore it will benefit everybody. Then there's the false dilemma. It's either this or that. That was another fallacy I saw. A main fallacy I picked up, though, with people speaking in favor of this bill was, of course, the ad hominem fallacy. Notably, one individual explicitly stated, if you don't vote for this bill, you don't care about children. So I kind of found that humorous, made no sense. Plenty of non sequiturs where one point does not flow from the previous point or previous premise. So I just wanted to say, is it that difficult to formulate some sort of valid syllogism, folks? It would really help out, I think, the members of this body to be able to figure out what arguments are valid and what arguments are sound. And then for us to, if we're really focused on reason anyway and not emotion, come up with some sort of conclusion on our own. Anyway, I'll be voting against the bill just because of the expense primarily, and I really don't think it's going to achieve much, even if we did add it. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 53rd, Doug Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know all the laws that are implicated or how well it works, but what I can tell you is how it affected me. And I do know that most of the time, whenever you get in a lawsuit, as soon as you get into it, the lawyers want to give in, and they say, well, this is what everybody's agreed to, so let's just pay it. When you say, well, I didn't do anything wrong, they say, that don't matter. Just go ahead and go along with it. I said, well, I want to fight it. And they said, well, the only way we can fight this is to go to the Supreme Court. And do you know how much litigation that's going to cost? And let me tell you, $100,000 is just getting started to go to the Supreme Court. But with this intermediate court, bang, we have a place, okay, let's try it. It's not going to cost that much because you didn't do anything wrong. Now I have to say, okay, I think I didn't do anything wrong, but that's not what was proven. This intermediate court will give you that ability to at least one more chance to fight it without taking everything you own to get there. And the other thing, whenever I talk to my buddies that are in contracting in other states, I say, come on down. And they say, are you kidding me? We're not coming down there where, if anybody, just like the landscaper, well, I can tell you that happens all the time. They say, well, you didn't plant a tree the way I wanted. That's a different kind of tree. Anything they can come up with, and your option is what that landscaper did, walk away. Just forget it. I'll make it up as I go on. And this, I feel, this court at least will give us a chance to start to rectify these things. So I'm going to vote green on this. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 25th, Doug Painter, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know we've already beat this to death, but you're going to vote how you're going to vote, and this is not going to sway you one way or the other. But I'm going to tell you why I'm going to vote no. As a small businessman in West Virginia since the late 80s, I can tell you my biggest obstacle has been ever-changing regulations and ever-increasing insurance costs. I started with 4 employees and then gradually dropped to just me. Have no idea how adding more government and yet another layer of bureaucracy could ever improve anything for a small businessman. What I do know is that more regulations and government will only help the larger business because they already have the lawyers on staff to handle it. On the other hand, every big new sweetheart deal or regulation we pass only hurts the small businesses more. And anyone that disagrees with this notion should probably look around and compare the number of small businesses we have now compared to 10 years ago. Or better yet, look at the intertwinement of big businesses within the federal government and now creeping into state governments. We've almost got corporate America becoming a 4th branch of the government. And when I started in the late 80s, $500,000 was typically the insurance liability you needed to get on a job to work. Now it's up to $6 million just to get on the property, and that's almost every job now. Our legal system needs reform, that's for sure, but adding another layer of bureaucracy, you okay? Adding another layer of bureaucracy and cost is not the answer. Liability cost is already one of the biggest challenges facing businesses in southern West Virginia now. On another angle, I can see this being an even bigger impediment when someone you do business with, for whatever reason, decides they don't need to pay you. If you're one of the fortunate few who can afford a lawyer and actually win this, the first thing they're going to do is appeal to this new intermediate court. In the meantime, the business owner stands a chance of losing everything he has waiting for this extra added hoop to be jumped through as the case drags out for years. Big businesses usually have enough going on to make it through this, but small businesses that are already struggling, they're not going to. I've seen many friends and family members lose their businesses, their equipment, and some even their houses over others not paying and dragging it out as long as possible. Not going to mention any names there, but the non-payers in question know the longer they drag it out, the better chance they have to get the non-payees so desperate they will be able to get away with paying the pennies on the dollar or nothing at all due to not being able to afford continuing legal costs. So once again, I'm not sure how adding another step to the legal system that is already not their friend could possibly help this. Folks, government is already way too big and way too burdensome. Yet some think adding more government to counter the effects of too much government is a solution. Really? Ask yourself who benefits from this. It sure isn't the average citizen or small businessman. Let's quit trying to completely bury small businesses and find a way to help them thrive, because after all, they're where the huge majority of jobs are created. I think we've already give enough away this session. Bad plus bad always equals worse. Let's vote this down and put the shovel away.
The gentleman from the 13th, Cadle's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I look around in this chamber and I see a lot of business people, and my friend over there from 35th, I couldn't agree with him more. And there's only probably one guy in here that's been in business longer than myself. I'm 66 years old and I'm still working because I like to work. And I came here to fight for people like me that work for a living. And I don't see this doing anything for the working people. This is a Chamber of Commerce bill, and we bow to the Chamber because they send a big check. And if you want to keep citizens in our state, you need to quit taxing them. And this will be another tax on our citizens. And big business, they're for this. The reason they're for this, they can drag you out in court and wear the little guy out. Is the exact reason we're passing this. And I'm a business owner, so I know what it's like to be in business in this state. I've fought this state all my life. I own property in Ohio, and if things get bad, I can always put my truck license over in Ohio. That's why I own a house in Ohio. But I try to patronize this state. I try to pay taxes in this state. I try to buy stuff at the hardware. I try to patronize all my small businesses because they're just like me. They're working people. And this morning, the Senate, and I'm not going to mention any names, but I had some bills here, and none of my bills have passed. One of them passed, I'm sorry. It went over in the Senate and it died. And they told me they could probably resurrect that, and I got a bridge resolution. And I said, well, I might vote for it. Let me think about it. And after I thought about it, you know what I said? I came here, I'm Scott Cadle, and I don't take no crap from nobody, and I don't back down from nobody, and I don't care if I don't get anything passed, which I know I won't. I can go home and tell my people, at least I stood there for you. I worked for the small guy. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 16th, Doug Linville's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we've looked at this bill, I've went back and forth. And as I've listened to the arguments here, with the same set of facts, I think there's a lot of us that have come to different conclusions. And I think for a lot of the right reasons. But I found something out 2 or 3 days ago when I was reviewing this bill that I think really matters. And I think the gentleman from the 48th actually mentioned a lot of this about the administrative appeals that actually go into Kanawha County Circuit Court. Those would include from the Department of Motor Vehicles, the Public Employees Grievance Board, the Department of Employee Security Workforce, the Insurance Commissioner, DHHR, State Tax Commissioner, Policemen's Civil Service Commission, the Kanawha Board of Education, various colleges, the Department of Corrections, the West Virginia Healthcare Authority, DEP, Workforce, and I could go on. Department of Transportation. And it's for the small business owners that I look at this and I say, folks like the gentleman that just spoke, if he's got an appeal with Department of Transportation, where's he got to go? Kanawha Circuit Court. And he can't vote for the judges in the Kanawha Circuit Court. Your public employees, when they file a grievance, unless you live in Kanawha County, cannot vote for the judges in Kanawha Circuit Court. But they could on an intermediate court of appeals. I think we should think about that. You need representation. That's why we elect our judges. We've got judges hearing cases that were never elected by the people that are bringing cases before them. My very first day in this legislature, we were impeaching the West Virginia Supreme Court. My very first day. And that day I heard a whole lot about Article 8, Section 3 of the West Virginia Constitution. And the Judiciary Chairman has done a great job over the entire time I've been in this legislature. And he's very passionate about having an automatic right of an appeal. Well, in Article 8, Section 3, it states that the court has the power to promulgate rules for all their cases and proceedings, civil and criminal, and for all the courts of this state relating to writs, warrants, process, practice, and procedure, which will have the full force and effect of law. And we heard during impeachment that there was not a thing we could do if it was about what they were doing and the operation of their courts, that they could issue a rule and invalidate the actions of the legislative branch and the executive branch and do whatever they wanted. So how do you establish a right of appeal in the state of West Virginia? You create an intermediate court of appeals. That's the only thing that they're tasked with. This is the only way that we make sure that you have access to justice. The next thing that I would like to look at here, I've heard a lot about delay in justice. The minority leader put these on everybody's desks. Do you notice that the court's not meeting for 4 months? If you were an innocent person convicted of something and you wanted to appeal, during the entire time the court's not meeting, those 4 months, you have no access to justice. How much longer should you sit behind bars if you're innocent before the court ever even hears your appeal? Think about it. The next thing that I would state, when I really looked into this, I thought to myself, what judges could I ask about this? And I decided it was probably inappropriate to call up some of the justices of the Supreme Court, and then something struck me. Some of those were in our shoes. Some of those members of the court were in our shoes a decade ago. And I'd like to bring the body's attention to Senate Bill 589 from 2010, sponsored by Senators Kessler, Palumbo, Browning, Snyder, Evan Jenkins, Foster, and McCabe. And then I looked to our colleagues in the House. Man used to be Speaker of this House, Justice Tim Armstead. I'd like to draw the body's attention to House Bill 3165 from 2011. And in 2011, the lead sponsor of that was the minority leader, the gentleman from the 48th, creating an intermediate court of appeals. Also delegates Hunt, Campbell, Morgan, the gentleman from the 34th, Pasden, and Justice Tim Armstead. Justice Jenkins sponsored again Senate Bill 420, 2012. We've talked a lot about consistency here. This shouldn't be partisan. This should be bipartisan. In fact, in 2011, it was lead sponsored by the minority leader. It was a good idea then. It's still a good idea for all the reasons that we've laid out. I'd ask you to look at this. I'd ask you to look back at what happened 10 years ago. Governing's hard, I get it. Change is hard. The thing I'd like to leave this body with, the gentleman brought up the Tech Caucus and Brad Smith. And it was stated in here that we don't like change. Brad said that we should be bold. Here's your chance. Brad also said that we're a tough people. That our ancestors were tough people, that these mountains broke weaker people. We're tough people. We should be able to change. We should be able to afford justice for each and every one of our members, each and every West Virginian. We shouldn't delay their justice. And for all those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
The gentleman from the 27th, Doug, a shot to close debate on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We don't need it now. I heard that many, many times today. We don't need it now. You know, one of the things I hear mostly from my constituents back home is, why do you always wait to a crisis to do anything? Why can't you be proactive instead of reactive? Well, we waited until after the flood to try to help people rebuild their homes. How well did that work for us? We waited till these halls out here were packed with screaming professional educators. We waited, and then we acted. Reactive. How'd that work for us? We have 7,000 kids in foster care. We waited, then we reacted. Wouldn't those kids have been better off if we anticipated that and were proactive for a change? Proactive, not reactive. When are we ever going to start being proactive around here? Now, I will admit, those of you who've been here a while know I was a lukewarm supporter of this idea, because in view of all our other needs, it didn't seem to be a need that was superior to those. And I still feel that way. That's why when this bill came to the Judiciary Committee, we postponed the effective date of it for basically 3 years. And that's to give some time for all the steps that we have taken to put this state on the path to prosperity to take hold. Because as the gentleman from the 60s said, part of our job is to set the stage with the infrastructure that will serve the needs of a growing, prosperous population. Right? Isn't that our job? We shouldn't wait till after they drastically need something to do something. We need to be proactive. Now, if you're one of these people that think West Virginia is doomed to continue to lose population, is doomed for our kids and grandchildren to run to other states, to flee to other states, then perhaps we'll never need a structure like this to guarantee our folks a full and meaningful appeal. Perhaps we can afford to go back to the old days. This chart that the gentleman from the 17th passed out to show the caseload, what you don't see on here, and I'd like to call your attention to, because you know what, statistics can tell you about anything you want them to tell you. Look on here, it says in 1999, 65% of all filings were workers' compensation appeals. And I would submit to you most of those were workers. People just like the gentleman from the 13th, workers. coal miners. You know how many of those people the Supreme Court listened to and actually let them get an appeal? 1999. 324 of those individuals were listened to. 9% had a meaningful right of appeal. Now, there's not an exclamation, a screaming mob at my door back home asking for an intermediate court of appeal, but I would be willing to bet that if 91 out of 100 of those workers had shown up at my front door and said, hey, the Supreme Court won't even listen to me. I literally got screwed below, and I went to the Supreme Court, which was the only place I could go, and they wouldn't listen to me. They slammed the door in my face. They slammed the door in my face. And I would have said to them at that time, hey, what do you think of the idea of an intermediate court of appeal where you would be guaranteed a full and meaningful appeal? Now what do you think the score would have been at that time of those 91 of those 100 individuals? 9%. And you know what? It got worse. It got worse. In 2000, 6% of the people that asked the court for an appeal, a meaningful appeal, actually got heard. 6%. 7%. We got a little improvement the next year. 7%. 8%. We're starting on a trend. 2003, 6%. We're backslide. 6% for the next 3 years, and oh no, 2006, 3% of those individuals that sought a meaningful appeal actually got one. Now, statistics have improved. The Supreme Court has adopted a rule now, and now they say you're going to either get a cursory appeal, where we'll write a little memo, or you'll get a full appeal, which is about maybe 1 out of 8 or 9 of those get a full appeal. But guess what? That's a rule. That's not a law. That's not anything that we have incorporated into our statute. That is a rule that they can change any time that 3 of them want to. And so what if that happens tomorrow? Are we back to the days of 6% and 3% and 9% of our constituents who are entitled to justice don't get into court? That can happen just like that. All those 3 people over there have to do, or the next group that come in, is change their mind. And we can sit back and say, whoops, we missed on that one. Maybe we should have done something. Maybe we should have done something. So I think what I get down to, the bottom line, is the message that we're going to send to our people and to those people who are looking at coming to West Virginia. What's the message we send? Is justice available in West Virginia, or is it at the whim of 3 people? Is it at the whim of 3 people? Is justice? And the other thing I think we ought to reflect, we've done a lot of things here, and it's been mentioned throughout. We just on a bipartisan basis, adopted a West Virginia Impact Fund, which could be tremendously effective in building this economy, with all of the good things that come along with it and the additional revenue. We've, on a bipartisan basis, improved broadband in each of the last 3 years. We've done some things to help those kids that are trapped in the foster care situation, and hopefully they'll come around. This will help them to become productive members of society. Think of all the work we've done to remove barriers to employment here, and what we've done with our justice, our approach to criminal justice reform. We have eliminated barriers for those people to get back onto a meaningful, productive life. We have done all kinds of things intended to make this a better place to live and work and raise a family. Now, the question is, was all that for naught? Do we really believe that none of that's going to accomplish anything? Are we doomed to continue to lose population? Well, I have confidence, not optimism, not blind optimism, but confidence that all that work we put in, much of it on a bipartisan basis, will result in growth in this state, will result in prosperity. We'll get the energy development that we rely on to come forward. The pipelines will come forward at some point. They'll come forward. They'll put people back to work. They'll produce royalties for our landowners. They'll produce tax revenues for the state. This place has the potential to erupt. Now, Admittedly, we're not on a rocket ride just yet. But we're on the launching pad, right? We're on the launching pad. When you see my light up green, you can interpret that as my confidence, not only in the work we've done, but in all of you who will be here next year. You've got 2 years to fine-tune this law. You've got 2 years to put in place the structure, the infrastructure in our judicial system that we need as we prosper forward, not at some crisis point when we have to have problems when we're so backlogged, but we have in place what we need to address the growth we have. My confidence is my green light. If you have confidence, please vote green.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Yes, has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there are 44 ayes, 56 nays, 0 members absent not voting. Less than a majority having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill lost. For what purpose does the gentleman from the 48th Douglas Miley seek recognition?
Speaker, having voted on the prevailing side, I move we reconsider our actions, and I'd like to speak to the motion.
The gentleman from the 48th has moved that the vote on passage on committee substitute for Senate Bill 275 be reconsidered. It is a debatable question. The gentleman from the 48th, Douglas Miley, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's odd that you make a motion to reconsider and then ask the body to vote red. But I'm doing that so that the vote we just made can end the discussion on this bill this year. It ends the browbeating, it ends the lobbying, it ends the threatening. It is a symbolic message of what our priorities are. So with that, Mr. Speaker, on this motion, I urge the body to vote red, that we do not want to reconsider this issue. We want to bring finality to it and move on to other bills we have to address for the remaining day and a half.
Question before the House is the motion by the gentleman from the 48th that the vote on passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 275 be reconsidered. The gentleman from the 1st, Douglas McGee, is recognized.
Inquiry of the Speaker. If we want to reconsider the vote first, we would vote green, and then if we want to kill the bill permanently, we vote red. Correct?
A vote in favor of the motion for reconsideration would place the bill again before the House for passage.
So we'd vote green to reconsider first.
You do vote green if you wish to reconsider the vote. The gentleman is correct. The gentleman from the 30th, Douglas Bates, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of inquiry.
Yes, gentleman may proceed.
So if we want to move on to the next item on our calendar in the most expedient way possible, I would vote red.
If the motion to reconsider is rejected, we will take up the next bill.
We'll take up the next bill.
Take up the next bill.
Thank you.
Actually, we'll take a recess, but we would take up the next bill.
So if I need to go to the fastest way for me to get to the restroom would be to vote red.
That's up to you. You can go to the restroom right now. The gentleman from the 15th, Douglas Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we should move on with the agenda, so I would move to table the gentleman's motion.
The motion for reconsideration, it is moved that the motion for reconsideration be laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from the 50th, Douglas Caputo, seek recognition?
No. We vote red on the gentleman's motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So if we want to get back to the motion that the minority leader made, we must reject the gentleman from the 15th's motion to table. Is that correct?
The gentleman is correct. The question before the House is the motion by the gentleman from the 15th, Douglas Foster, that the motion for reconsideration of committee substitute for Senate Bill 275 be laid upon the table. The roll call has been demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. Those in favor of the gentleman from the 15th motion that the motion for reconsideration be laid upon the table will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Lady number 3rd, has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there are 43 ayes and 57 nays, 0 members absent. Less than a majority having voted in the affirmative, the motion to lay on the table is lost. The question is now again on the gentleman from the 48th motion for reconsideration. The gentleman from the 55th, Douglas Spinagle, is recognized.
Yeah, just point of inquiry,
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, and this goes to the gentleman from the 1st.
Under our House rules, you can only reconsider a bill one time. And if that bill fails on that question, then the bill's done for the entire session, correct?
A motion for reconsideration may only be acted upon one time on any particular question.
And since that motion is before the body, if it's a negative vote, in other words, a no vote, then you cannot reconsider this bill for the rest of the session, correct?
No additional motion for reconsideration would be in order. The gentleman is correct.
So that would be the end of the bill. If we voted red, there would be no reconsideration. That's what I'm getting at.
No motion for reconsideration would be in order. The gentleman is correct.
All right, thank you.
The question is still on the gentleman's motion, the gentleman from the 48th motion for reconsideration of the vote on committee substitute for Senate Bill 275. Are there other members who wish to speak to the motion? Are there 10 members who wish to go to the restroom? If not, the question is on the motion. The roll call has been demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. Those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, there are 42 ayes, 58 nays, and 0 members absent not voting. Less than a majority in favor of the motion for reconsideration is lost. Chair recognizes the lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Subject to announcements, I move the House stand in recess until 2 o'clock.
Are there announcements? Lady from the 57th, Doggett Rowan's recognized.
Permission to return to the second order of business for introduction of a guest.
Are there objections? There are no objections.
From Mineral County, all the delegates here today, we have Frankfurt Middle School students paging for us, if they'll stand when I call their name. Elizabeth Clark, Natalie Kyle, Alexander Hertung, Sienna Brow, Bethany Vader, Ashlyn Crow, and with them today are their parents, Eric and Tanya Clark, Jennifer and Jerry Crow, Scott and Christina Yater, Dawn and Barry Harting, Steve Kyle, and James Spriggs. Would the House please give them a wild and wonderful West Virginia welcome?
The gentleman from the 12th, Doggett Westfall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is some food in GovOrg, fish stew, different things. Anybody want some? Thank you.
The gentleman from the 7th, Doggett Barnhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Paging for us today, we have Miss Riley Hott from Pleasants County Middle School, and she's chaperoned today by Mr. Ryan Hott up in the North Gallery. And I'd ask that everybody give them a wild and wonderful West Virginia welcome. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 11th, Doggett Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we have from Geary Elementary Middle School 2 pages, Mahaley Nicholson, Dakota Mace, and they are accompanied today by Casey Holcomb and Tina Mace. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Gentleman from the 18th, Doggett Worrell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the North Gallery have 2 Marshall University students that are studying for social work as interns here, Morgan Duffy and Lydia Freeman. If they'd stand in the House, would help them make them recognized. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 15th, Doggett Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a page here today from Putnam County, Ellie Russo. If you would stand and let the House make you feel welcome.
Gentleman from the 55th, Douglas Spinagle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All the way down from Moorfield here today, we got a page from Moorfield Middle School. Chloe Weichel. Chloe, come down here. You're up there in the back. Marshall's going to grab you. There she is. And accompanying with her is her mom, Amanda Campbell, a great school teacher here in the West Gallery. Will the House please make both of them welcome?
Gentleman from the 22nd, Doggett Maynard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Lincoln County delegation from Lincoln County High School, paging with us today in the back of the chamber, we have Aiden McLeod. Will he please stand and will the House please make him feel welcome?
The gentleman from the 25th, Doggett Painter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've got some good friends here today serving as pages from the 25th District. These come to you from Pineville Middle School. They are Mr. Cole Lambert, Miss Piper Cook, Miss Mackenzie Blankenship, and Miss Jacelyn Lockridge. They're chaperoned by Steve and Laura and Gavin Lambert, Craig Cook, and Brandy Blankenship. Would you please again give them all a good house welcome?
Gentleman 26, Douglas Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the Free State of McDowell County, we have some pages from Fall River Elementary. Would Nehemiah Hunt and Kylie Roberts from Fall River Elementary please stand up and be recognized? Let's give them a wild, wonderful West Virginia welcome.
The question is that the House stand in recess until 2 o'clock. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. We are in recess until 2 o'clock.
Senate will please come to order. The Senate will please come to order. All those not having privileges of the floor will please vacate the chamber. And with those on the floor and our guests in the gallery, please rise as we are led in prayer this morning by Pastor Tom Burnside. He's with Marmette First Baptist Church in Marmette, West Virginia. And then please remain standing. Please remain standing as we are led in the pledge this morning by the Senator from Pleasants County, Pastor Burnside.
Lord, we just ask that you would be with us this morning. We just thank you for another day to know you and another day to serve you. We ask for strength and wisdom today and ask that every decision made here today would be pleasing to you. We ask that you would be with these wonderful men and women as they represent the hardworking people of West Virginia. And Lord, let us always bring to remembrance just how privileged we are that we've been born in the greatest country in the world, that we can call ourselves Americans. And for some of us, we can say that we've been born in the greatest state in this country, and we are privileged to call ourselves West Virginians. So help us to be what you need us to be, so we can go where you need us to go and say what you need us to say. And help us, Lord, as we leave this place earlier today, that we can say we represent a state that is called almost heaven, and we are privileged to say we still live in a country that is called one nation under God. And amen. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. The Senator from Pleasants County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will all those in the gallery and those on the floor please join me for the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag. The United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. Reading of the Journal.
West Virginia Legislature Senate Journal, Thursday, March 5th, 2020. The Senate met at 11:32 a.m. Senator Carmichael, Mr. President and the Chair.
The Senator from Preston County requests unanimous consent that further reading of the Journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Introduction of guest. On behalf of the Senate, it is my pleasure to welcome our honorary pages for the day. Please stand and be recognized when your name is called. As guest of the Senator from Marshall County, we have Megan Maroney, the daughter of our Senator, Destiny Smith, and Logan Hostetler. As guest of the Senator from Pleasants County, Gabrielle Adams. As guest of the Senator from Boone County, Chloe Reedy, Elijah Toller, and Nathan Bias. As guest of the Senior Senator from the 6th, Bobby Napier. I think I have the name right. As guest of the Senator from Preston County, Malia Carr. As guest of the Senator from Harrison County, Drake Loss. And as guest of the Junior Senator from the 17th, Elena Morris and Isabella Garib. They're all standing in the front of our chamber. If the Senate give them a warm Senate welcome. Thank you for being here. You may be seated. The Junior Senator from the 17th is recognized for further introductions.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the Senate, it is my pleasure and yours to introduce our doctor of the day. In the rear of the chamber, we have with us Dr. Carmen Rexroad of Franklin, West Virginia. If you wouldn't mind standing, let Senate give you a warm welcome.
The Senator from Harrison County.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of my senior senator from Braxton, sir, it's my honor and yours to welcome the chaperones of our page, Drake Loss, who, by the way, Drake represents the Future Business Leaders Association of America. With him today is his mom, Jacqueline Loss, and another chaperone, Julie Yearigo. If they'll stand and be recognized by the Senate, we'd like to make you feel welcome. Must be over there.
The senator from Cabell County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Over the last few years, we've all come to appreciate how important career technology centers are to our state. And the education that the students receive there launches them into the real world with real job opportunities, well prepared. So today we have a number of students from the Cabell County, and this is on behalf of course, my senior senator from the 5th. We'd like to have everyone welcome the Cabell County Career and Technical Center students and their instructors. Mr. Robert May, please stand. Mr. Brett Masters, student support, Suzanne Ferguson, and the members of the class. Please stand and be welcomed by the Senate.
The senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. And on behalf of the senator from Brooke County, and along the same lines as the senator from Cabell, this is Career Technical Education Day here at the Capitol, and I am proud to welcome members of Wheeling Park High School's Career Technical Department. They are here under the direction of Wheeling Park's CTE Director, Mrs. Stephanie Bugay, and several other teachers are here with their students, including Walt Bugay, who teaches automotive technology. They could stand when I mention their name. My favorite sister, Caroline Ehlenfeld-Dillon, who teaches broadcast technology. Gus Fedorka, who teaches engineering and Project Lead the Way. Gus is also the Teacher of the Year in Ohio County Schools, and he was a finalist for State Teacher of the Year. We've got Jill Hilberry, who teaches ProStart Restaurant Management. And finally, we have Mr. Steve Turbanek, who teaches business education. If you could please give them a warm Senate welcome.
The senator from Pleasants County.
On behalf of the senator from Wood County and myself, please welcome Mr. Isaac Golf. He's a teacher with Wirt County High School, and I think he's in the back gallery.
The senator from Brooke County.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the senator from Ohio and myself, we've got some students here from Wheeling Park that are with the teachers that the senator from Ohio just introduced. In the East Gallery, or the South Gallery, we've got Arkady Sudowitz, if they could stand up when I call their names. Grant Vargo, Slater Shelick, Charlie Vargo, Libby Murin, Isabella Pearson, Jason Powell, Cameron Broadwater, Joey Carter, and a young lady that I have had the pleasure of knowing her entire life, a lovely young lady, my cousin, Francesca Malinke. If they could stand and stand and make them feel welcome.
The senator from Marshall County.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the senator from Marshall County and myself, I'd like to introduce the chaperone for our page, Destiny Smith. The chaperone is Denise Losh, and I'm not sure where Denise is sitting, but she'll stand and the senator make her welcome.
The senator from Preston County.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's your pleasure and mine, and on behalf of my co-senator from Tucker County and myself, we're happy to have with us a chaperone for our page today, seated in the President's Gallery. If she would please rise, Christina Waybright, and the Senate make her welcome.
The senior senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of my senator from Mercer, we have seated in the North Gallery Amy Napper. Amy, stand if you will. She's the mother of our page today, Bobby Napper. Senate, please join me and make them welcome.
The senior senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On your behalf and my junior senator from the 8th's behalf, we have with us today from Nitro High School. Nitro has a CTE program, which I believe that you've been able to attend to, and it's a great program that they have. Today they have Park Avenue Prince here, And I would encourage the Senate, when you have a chance, to go outside the Senate chamber and see the display that they have. But with them today is their teacher, Aaron Petrie, and the students with them, and I would ask that they stand, and the Senate please make them welcome.
Further introductions. The senator from Tucker County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your pleasure, as well as Senator from Preston and myself. We have in the North Gallery visiting with us today from Preston and Tucker counties. We have Sandra Bolden, Laura Jones, and Marissa Sanders, if they would stand. They're here with the West Virginia Foster Adoptive Kinship Parenting Network, representing parents who will be directly affected by the funding and rates on this bill. And I might add that Laura is raising her 5 grandchildren, so it's pretty important to her. So if the members would make them welcome. Thank you.
The senior senator from the 5th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the senator from Cabell, it's my great honor to introduce his son, Michael Wolfel, who is in the gallery, and he is the president of the West Virginia Magistrates Association and a magistrate in Cabell County.
Thank you. Further introductions? Recognize the junior senator from the 17th again.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of my senior senator from the 17th, I have the parents of 2 of our pages, Chris Morse, the father of Elena Morse, and Anne Marie Grebe, the mother of Isabel Grebe. If you wouldn't mind standing, let's give you a warm welcome.
Further introductions. Further introductions. Communications from the House of Delegates.
The Clerk of the House announced that the House has amended and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 136, prohibiting certain misleading lawsuit advertising practices.
Message be received. Recognize the junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 136.
Junior senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 136. Is there discussion? Junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill would prohibit deceptive messaging in illegal advertising. House amendment introduces the term medications. The House amendment also eliminates products cleared or subject of a monograph authorized by the FDA, the effect of which would be to eliminate from scope of the bill both medical device approval pathways as well as generic drugs. I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? Not. Question before the Senate is adoption of the motion by the junior senator from the 17th. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The Clerk of the House announced that the House amended and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 144, creating misdemeanor penalty for making materially false statement in course of misdemeanor investigation.
Message be received. Recognize junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 144.
Junior senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 144. Is there discussion? Junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House amendment adds a misdemeanor offense for making an intentional or material false statement to a law enforcement officer investigating a misdemeanor crime. The Senate bill precluded making a charge of false statement to a police officer the basis of a second bond. The bill's original purpose is retained. Therefore, Mr. President, I recommend that we concur with the House amendment.
Is there further discussion? Not. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question there being 25 yeas, 8 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action and send it to the House.
The Clerk of the House announced that the House amended and passed Senate Bill 289, creating Green Alert Plan.
Message be received. Junior Senator from 17.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendment to Senate Bill 289.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 289. Is there discussion? Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill provides and enabled rapid dissemination by law enforcement of information on missing at risk, focusing on suicide risk for veterans with service-related conditions. This Green Alert system is similar to existing Amber Alert program. House amendment more closely conforms the bill's language to the existing alert statutes. Therefore, Mr. President, I recommend we concur.
Is there further discussion? Not. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent not voting, more than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action and send it to the House.
The House amended the title only as it relates to committee substitute for Senate Bill 490 relating to criminal offenses against agricultural facilities.
Message be received. Recognize Junior Senator from 17.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 490.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 490. Is there discussion? Junior Senator from 17.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of this bill is to create a criminal offense of trespass upon an animal or a crop facility and conspiracy to trespass upon an animal or crop facility and to establish penalties for these offenses. The House amended the title only to reflect changes made to the definition of animal or crop facility. Therefore, Mr. President, I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? Not. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 32 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action and send it to the House.
The House amended...
Wait. Are we July 1 on? Or is that the next one? Okay. Clerk has another House message.
The House amended the title only as it relates to committee substitute for Senate Bill 578, recalculating tax on generating, producing, or selling electricity from solar energy facilities.
Message be received. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 578.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 578. Is there discussion? Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of this bill is to clarify the calculation of business and occupation tax rates on solar generating units to match those of other renewable electric facilities. The House amendment simply added a definition. It improves the bill by providing more clarity. No title amendment is necessary to the bill. Urge passage.
Is there further discussion? Not. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. Question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting, more than majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Junior Senator from 17.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective July 1, 2020. Request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective July 1, 2020, and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than 2/3 of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective July 1, 2020. Clerk will communicate the action and send it to the House.
The House amended and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 614, changing method of allocating funding from safe school funds.
Message be received. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 614.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 614. Is there discussion? Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of this bill is to give county boards of education the flexibility to spend the Safe Schools allocation at any school within the district requiring cameras in special education classrooms, and to require the Department of Education to allocate funding from the Safe Schools Fund for the 2020-2021 year based on the remaining need for the video cameras in each district. The House amendment was only technical. I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? Not. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. Question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent not voting, more than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Junior Senator from 17.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent not voting, more than 2/3 of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk will communicate the action and send it to the House.
The House changed the effective date only as it relates to committee substitute for Senate Bill 662, removing restrictions on fiduciary commissioners.
Message be received. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendment to Senate Bill 662.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 662. Is there discussion? Junior Senator from the 17th is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of this bill is to remove the prohibition that no more than 2 of the fiduciary commissioners in a county be from the same political party. The House changed the effective date of the bill to July 1, 2020. Therefore, Mr. President, I move we concur.
Is there further discussion? Not. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Recognize the Junior Senator from the 17th.
Just make a motion effective July 1, 2020.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective July 1, 2020.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective July 1, 2020. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent not voting, more than 2/3 of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective July 1, 2020. Clerk will communicate the action and send it to the House.
The House amended and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 668, enacting Uniform Trust Decanting Act.
Message be received. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 668.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 668. Is there further discussion? Recognize the Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill enacts uniform provisions for the decanting of trusts. Relative to the bill as passed by the Senate, the House amendment differs in two instances of technical cleanup. Both have been approved by the Chair and of the State Board Probate Committee. Therefore, Mr. President, I recommend we concur with the House amendments.
Is there further discussion? Not. The question before the Senate is adoption of the motion that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 668. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there further discussion? Not. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question there being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective July 1, 2020. Request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective July 1, 2020, and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question there being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than 2/3 of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective July 1, 2020. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 678, waiving fines and fees for completing Getting Over Addicted Lifestyle Successfully program.
Message be received. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 678.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 678. Is there discussion? Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill will allow individuals who successfully complete the Getting Over Addicted Lifestyle Successfully program to be deemed to satisfy the West Virginia DUI Safety and Treatment Program for purposes of reinstatement of driving privileges. The DMV has assured us that this law, as amended by the House Judiciary Committee, will not have negative impacts on federal highway dollars. The DCR has assured us that the GOALS program will be modified to meet the requirements of the WV DUI Safety and Treatment Program. Therefore, Mr. President, I recommend we concur with the House amendment.
Is there further discussion? Not. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question there being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent not voting, more than the majority of those present, or more than the majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action and send it to the House.
The House amended and passed Senate Bill 750, establishing extended learning opportunities.
Message be received. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 750.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 750. Is there discussion? Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of the bill is to require the State Board of Education to promulgate a rule requiring county boards of education to develop an alternative educational opportunities policy that provides for students involved in educational opportunities outside of the traditional classroom to receive elective course credit. Except for adding a LOCIA reporting requirement, the House amendment only makes clarifying changes that do not change the substance of the bill. Therefore, Mr. President, I recommend we concur with the House amendment.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? Not. The question before the Senate is that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 750. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action and send it to the House.
The House amended and passed Senate Bill 812, supplemental appropriation from lottery net profits to Bureau of Senior Services.
Message be received. Junior Senator from 17.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 812.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 812. Is there discussion? Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This supplemental appropriates an additional $3 million in lottery funds to in-home services and nutrition for senior citizens. The House amended the bill to specify that $1.5 million shall be utilized for congregate and home-delivered nutrition meal reimbursement rate increases, and $1.5 million shall be utilized to decrease the meal program wait list. I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion. If not, all those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question there being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Junior Senator from 17.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and question unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none on this question being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than 2/3 of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the Senate amendments as it relates to committee substitute for House Bill 4438 relating to the licensing of advanced deposit wagering.
Message be received. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to House Bill 4438.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 4430 or to House Bill 4438. Is there discussion? Recognize Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill authorizes the practice of advanced deposit wagering in West Virginia. That is a wagering by establishing an online account on an application licensed through the Racing Commission. The Senate passed the bill allowing source market fees to be negotiated, or in the alternative, set of 4% of the total amount wagered through the ADW. The House removed the portion that allowed for negotiated amounts. This provision in the bill did not account for the possibility that a track or its owners could offer ADW at the track and set the source market fee at 0, thereby bypassing all fees derived by the source market fee. I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? Not. To recognize the Senator from Boone County.
Would the majority leader yield, please?
Senator yields. Senator does yield.
Yeah, does the state get anything in this bill here? Could you describe that?
We do, in the sense that the money will go into the Greyhound and horse racing development funds. That will then be returned back to those industries.
Is there any money goes in the general revenue from this?
There's a fee that goes to the Racing Commission, and there's also 1.5% that goes to the general revenue.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Not. All those in favor of the Senator's motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question there being 29 yeas, 4 nays, 1 absent not voting, more than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Junior Senator from 17.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective July 1, 2020, and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective July 1, 2020, and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, there being 29 yeas, 4 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than 2/3 of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective July 1, 2020. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. So, introduction of bills. Communications from the Executive.
There are none.
Reports from standing committees. Reports from select committees.
There are none.
Introduction of bills.
There are none.
Resolutions.
Senate Resolution 71 by Senators Azinger, Boley, Carmichael, Mr. President, Tarr, Baldwin, Beach, Blair, Clements, Klein, Facemeyer, Hamilton, Hardesty, Ehlenfeld, Jeffries, Lindsay, Mann, Maroney, Maynard, Palumbo, Pitzenbarger, Plymel, Prezioso, Roberts, Romano, Rucker, Smith, Stalling, Swope, Sypolt, Takubo, Trump, Unger, Weld, and Wolfel, memorializing the life of Carl Cameron Butch Lilly III, former Assistant Clerk of the West Virginia Senate.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over 1 day.
Senate Resolution 72 by Senator Stallings urging Congress safeguard pharmaceutical supply chains.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over 1 day.
Senate Resolution 73 by Senator Beach memorializing life of Dorothy Vaughan, NASA mathematician and computer programmer.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over 1 day. Motions. Petitions.
There are none.
Unfinished business.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 62 requesting study of proof of vision exam for all children enrolling in West Virginia schools.
Resolution will be referred to Committee on Rules.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 63 requesting study of current student to nurse and student to counselor ratios in public schools.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will be referred to Committee on Rules.
Senate Resolution 69, recognizing the West Virginia Kids Cancer Crusaders.
Recognize the senior senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for its immediate consideration, that the committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be put up on its adoption.
The senior senator from the 8th requests unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and that the resolution be placed upon its adoption. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will please read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 69, recognizing the West Virginia Kids Cancer Crusaders for their dedication and commitment to fighting childhood cancer.
Question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? Recognize the senior senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On your behalf and my junior senator from the 8th's behalf, I remember in 2017, it was a nice, beautiful day outside, and I was coming to the Senate chamber and happened to meet you out at the front entrance, and I remember Sandy Westfall. She had grabbed a hold of us and said, "There's some great people that I'd like for you to meet." And it was on that day that I got to meet Kelly Rowan Weimer and many of these West Virginia children and their families who are living with childhood cancer. Mr. President, I greatly appreciate Kelly's leadership of the Kids Cancer Crusaders. I have learned that there is so much need to be done to bring this childhood cancer out of the shadows. We desperately need funding for research into causes and age-appropriate treatments. Mr. President, during the State of the Union in 2019, President Trump, he pledged $500 million over 10 years toward childhood cancer research, and I'm very grateful and very thankful for that. We're very pleased that the second year of the funding, $50 million for the National Cancer Institute, was included in the administration's 2021 budget. The NCI will use it to link existing childhood cancer databases, create a data share system for preclinical and clinical data and fund research on rare pediatric cancers. Last summer, Representative Brian Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania introduced the Fairness to Kids with Cancer Act, H.R. 4429. Mr. President, we sent letters to the West Virginia congressional delegation to make them aware of this legislation, and very, very pleased that Representative Carol Miller became a co-sponsor. Only 4% of the nation's funding for cancer research goes to childhood cancer. Yet 24% of the population is made up of children under the age of 18. Since 1980, get this, since 1980, only 3 drugs have been approved for treating childhood cancer. Yet hundreds have been developed for treatment in adults. Each day in the United States, 43 children are diagnosed with cancer. 1 in 5 will not survive. In others, cancer may be put into remission, but the child suffers from the harsh treatments. 60% of the children who survive cancer suffer from side effects, including infertility, heart failure, secondary cancers brought on by outdated treatments. In 2018, St. Jude's published a study of genetics of childhood cancers. They found that half of the mutations responsible for the tumor's growth in a child are not seen in adult cancer. Childhood cancer is very different. That is why there must be more research into specific therapies for children. 2018, Mr. President, the West Virginia Legislature passed Senate Bill 590, which created a childhood cancer awareness license plate. There's been 362 of those plates that have been sold so far. Thanks to each of you who are serving then in support of the creation of these plates. It means so much to the families. And by the way, you can get one at your local DMV anytime. I think of these brave children and families with us today. They face the future with such courage and grace and hope. And thank you for allowing me to be a part of your journey. Mr. President, please join me in welcoming the families of the West Virginia Kids Cancer Crusaders. Mr. President, I urge passage of the resolution.
Thank you. Is there further remarks under the resolution? Recognize the Senator from Greenbrier County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today I'm honored to stand and speak in support of this resolution for all of our guests who are here today, and also for this young man. This is Grayson Van Buren. I want to tell you a little bit about Grayson. Grayson's a remarkable young man. He's an athlete. He loves football. He loves baseball. He loves basketball. He's a scholar at school. He's a gentleman. He's a manager for the Greenbrier East basketball team. He's a huge Carolina Panthers fan. He's a very proud West Virginian. Grayson couldn't be here today, but Grayson is watching us. So I want to say, hey, Grayson, I hope you're able to see what's going on here today. Grayson is in the midst of chemo right now at UVA Cancer Center in Charlottesville. I underwent treatment myself there this winter, and I will never forget the first time that I walked into that waiting room. I expected it to be a place of tremendous sadness, and it was not. I was wrong. It was filled with the bravest and strongest people I'd ever met in my life. Grayson is one of the strongest people in our community. And as the senator from Putnam said there just a minute ago, a senator from the 8th said there just a minute ago, we need more funding for childhood cancer research. Just 4%, that blew me away, just 4%. Goes towards kids. Grayson, he happened to discover his during a routine tonsillectomy, and fortunately he did. So they were able to catch it in time, catch it early to dedicate the resources that he needs to him. We need additional resources dedicated to prevention and research for Grayson and for all of our friends who are here today. So that's why I'm very proud to stand in support, and I welcome you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Are there additional discussion? Junior Senator from the 8th.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. One of the great benefits that we have as members of this body is we get to recognize the many contributions of West Virginians, whether it's in the arts or sports or academia. But I rise in support of this resolution because few have given more or given up more than these fine folks. They're all heart. I urge adoption.
Thank you. As further discussion, recognize the senator from Wetzel County.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, a lot of times in life you see things that you never forget. We had a great family friend. Young child developed neuroblastoma. And at the time in the late 70s, there was not much could be done. But we went to Pittsburgh Children's Hospital to visit. And like the senator from Greenbrier said, it was a place of joy, but sadness. And I will never forget walking out of that hospital one night, and a car pulled up in a parking garage, and a mother jumped out of that car with that big X-ray envelope, and the look on her face, I'll never forget. We need to do more. Chris didn't live. He lasted about 3 or 4 years and underwent a lot of hard treatments. He went to Philadelphia, had a bone marrow transplant. It didn't help. We need to do more, much more.
Thank you. Further remarks? Recognize the senator from Jefferson County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to quickly, of course, agree with all of the sentiments that have already been said, and also just remind folks that there are hardworking doctors and nurses and staff that are there in these hospitals, in these care clinics, helping these kids. My husband is one of them, and I've told him many times, I don't want to hear the stories because I don't think I could take it, but he loves his work. And he loves being able to help these patients, young patients that he has. And, you know, whatever we can do to help, it is obviously something that is very important to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Further remarks, senator from Boone County.
Thank you, Mr. President. We all know each individual families that have been impacted, and certainly right now there's a little fella, Luke Pearson, is up at WVU as we speak. He's a little 3 or 4 year old fella, and we're just, you know, he's got a brain tumor, and it's down at the base of the brain. And you know, we're hoping for a good treatment for chemo, and they're very thankful that it reacts favorably 4 out of 5 patients, and they have a lot of optimism. And this is certainly one way to honor all the people, but this little fellow is a real fighter, and they're very appreciative of the doctors, Dr. Tombach, for example. So this resolution helps honor all these little fellows and girls out there that are really fighting for their lives. Urge adoption.
Thank you. Further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the comments by our senior senator from the 8th, senator from Greenbrier, junior senator from the 8th, senator from Wetzel, Jefferson, Boone be placed in the appendix of the journal.
Without objection, so ordered. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in brief recess for the purpose of presenting this resolution.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate stand in brief recess for the purpose of presenting this important resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do. I declare the Senate in recess to present this important resolution. Senate will please come to order. The Senate will please come to order. Are there additional items under unfinished business?
Yes, sir. Senate Resolution 70 designating March 6, 2020 as McDowell County Day.
Recognize the senator from Wyoming County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, the committee reference be disposed with, and the resolution be placed upon its adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will please read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 70 designating March 6, 2020 as McDowell County Day at the Legislature.
Question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? Recognize the senator from Wyoming County.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the junior senator from the 9th, the senior senator from the 6th, and the junior senator from the 6th, and myself, I'm honored to present the resolution for McDowell County Day to the Legislature. As set forth in this resolution, McDowell County has the distinction of having several firsts. Welch was the location of the first memorial building in the United States dedicated to the memory of Americans who gave their lives for their country in World War I and to honor veterans of that war. McDowell County was the home of the first female African-American state legislature, Minnie Buckingham Harper, who was appointed in 1928 to the West Virginia House of Delegates. The Kimball World War I Memorial was the first memorial built in the United States to honor African-American veterans of World War I. Today is the only such memorial remaining. The first municipal parking building in the United States was completed in 1941 in Welch and is still maintained today. Additionally, the county seat of Welch has a nationally recognized historic district diverse in architecture and cultural styles. McDowell County has consistently answered the call of the military service, sending countless soldiers to defend our country. McDowell County has embraced adventure tourism and is part of the Hatfield-McCoy Trail. The county allows visitors to connect to popular Hatfield-McCoy trails, including Indian Ridge, Pocahontas, Pinnacle Creek, and offers an extensive route of exciting ATV trails. Anahuac Lake, Berwyn Lake, and Panther Wildlife Management areas are just a few of the places in McDowell County that offer a glimpse of the natural beauty and majesty of our great state of West Virginia, as well as access of hiking, trails, fishing, swimming, and cabins, and more. The proud people of McDowell County have rebuilt from devastating floods, and the county has sought to and has successfully revitalized its culture, community, and economic outlet. Mr. President, I urge adoption of this resolution, and I stand to present the best of McDowell County, her people.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Further discussion. Recognize the senior senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I was campaigning and elected to the Senate, I wasn't very familiar with McDowell County, but during this process, I have got to know the good people there and visit all the towns and be a part of trying to help McDowell County. You know, I every year I do something to try to get 73, 74, the interstate that is proposed to go through McDowell County, and I just can't do any good, but I'm keeping on and going to try to get that there. I think that would help people get to McDowell County and see the charm that is there with all the coal towns that are there. For any of you all that haven't been through McDowell County, please sometime take US 52 and go through McDowell County, see all the towns. It offers so much. I think that it's got great tourism potential, and we can continue to work and help those of McDowell County to make it prosper once again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Further discussion? Recognize the senator from Mercer County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I proudly rise in support of this resolution. It's no secret that I was born and raised in McDowell County. I'm quite proud of that fact. And I'd like briefly to speak to some perspectives that most people may not know about. A lot of people know that during World War II and World War I, it was coal that drove the energy, that did the manufacturing, that perhaps the outcome of the war may have been a little different if it wasn't for coal. What people may not be aware of is that from the early 1900s up through the 1980s, McDowell County, I'm sorry, I'm the one that's supposed to pronounce it right, was the #1 leading coal-producing county in the entire nation. That's not very well known. Now, we all know that McDowell County has fallen on hard times lately, but McDowell County is populated with coal people. And I thought I'd take an opportunity to give you a little different perspective of what that means. Most of the coal mines in McDowell County are 4 feet or less in height. It's called low coal. The difference between low coal and high coal is low coal you can't stand up in. High coal you can. Now I'm trying to paint a little picture here to visualize what that's like. Think about this morning if you ate breakfast at your breakfast table, and then when you get done with breakfast and you're ready to go to work, you crawl under that table and stay there all day. Don't change the tire on the car, don't fix an engine, don't do any welding, don't do anything. Just stay under your table all day and don't come out. Can you imagine how tough that is? Coal people are tough people. Everything they do is tough. And because they're tough people, I know that they're going to persevere. I proudly support this resolution.
Thank you. Very good remarks. The senator from Raleigh County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think it is rather significant today. We didn't make this happen, but it did happen, and it is very real that we have 2 gentlemen here today representing an entire county. We've gone through session after session and resolution after resolution, and we've had the place filled with people from different counties, some of your counties represented here. But in McDowell County, we have 2. And I'm proud of you being here to represent your county today. But I want to remind my colleagues today that McDowell County gave its all for so many decades to provide coal and to help supply what was needed for wars, world wars. Their heritage is rich and deep. But they have been so decimated and so overlooked and are hurting so much that their population is down to 1/10 of what it was one day, decades ago. We have 2 representing this county. I found out when we were given some charts of the workforce participation that we have some counties in our state that are very much involved in workforce participation, others somewhat less. But there was one county in the entire state that sticks out as being at the bottom by far. And unfortunately, it's the county that these 2 gentlemen represent here today. I would ask you to pray for the folks in McDowell County, because they have something there that has sparked an energy in that county that is wonderful. It's taken a long time. We sometimes say that you have to hit bottom before you bounce up. Well, I think we can say that McDowell County hit bottom many years ago, and they hit hard. But they're not going to stay down. They're fighting back. They have places like Panther State Forest, the wildlife management area, and some wonderful places there that they're bringing back. I always thought it was interesting to hear about the story of how Panther and all got its name there, a tributary off the Tug River, and it's said that a pioneer killed a panther there one day, and so they've always called that Panther. And when they wanted to get some things going with the state forest, in 1940, the Welch Daily News spearheaded a Pennies for Panther campaign, and they raised $9,000 in 1940 to get that state forest going. There's a lot of things there that most people don't have any clue of. And if we can just get access and get some things moving in a direction to get people into McDowell County, it would be great. And by the way, when I go to McDonald's, I buy a Big Mac, not a Big Mick. But anyhow, that's another story for another day. But I'm proud of these men being here today to represent your county, and you should stand tall and proud. And I solicit any help in the future that we can do for this struggling county trying to fight back, that we would do that from this body and this place. Thank you. I urge adoption of the resolution.
Further discussion? Further discussion. Not. Question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. Junior Senator from the 17th recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the comments by our senators from Wyoming, the senior senator from the 6th, senators from Mercer and Raleigh be placed in the appendix of the journal.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we stand in recess for the purpose of presenting the resolution.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate stand in recess for the purpose of presenting this resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the Senate in recess to present this resolution. All right. Ready? Senate will please come to order. Senate will please come to order. Bills on third reading. Recognize the junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On third reading, by action of the Rules Committee, House Bill 2088 has been moved to the Rules Committee calendar. By action of the Rules Committee, the following bills, House Bill 4161, 4499, have been moved from the Senate Committee on Rules calendar to the Senate calendar on third reading. By action of the Rules Committee, the following bills, House Bill 4069, 4497, 4535, 4607, 4634, 4664, 4748, 4803 have been moved from the Senate Committee on Rules calendar to the Senate calendar on second reading.
Bills on third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2419 relating to the authorization to release a defendant or a person arrested upon his or her own recognizance.
Recognize the junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill lie over one day while retaining its place on the calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 3098 allowing the same business owner to brew and sell beer to also distill and sell liquor. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Recognize the senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee substitute for House Bill 3098 does essentially what the short title describes. It amends a couple sections of the code. One's in Chapter 11, Article 16, the non-intoxicating beer. The other section in Chapter 60, Article 4, licenses for manufacture of distilled spirits. It allows the commissioner, and that would be the commissioner of the ABCA, to grant multiple licenses for manufacture of alcoholic liquors and non-intoxicating beer to the same person. There are provisos. Be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Is there further discussion? Not all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results on this question being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk has title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question before the Senate is adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have, the ayes do have. Declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4003 relating to telehealth insurance requirements. Third reading of the bill.
The question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Recognize the senator from Marshall County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hold on one second. There we go. This bill requires that insurance coverage of certain telehealth services. It specifically includes PEIA. It ensures that issues or renews a health insurance policy on or after July 1st, 2020 shall provide coverage of health care services through telehealth if those same services are covered through face-to-face consultation by the policy. Rates are to be negotiated between the insurer and the provider. The deductible, copayment, or coinsurance of telehealth services may not exceed those applicable if the same services were provided through face-to-face diagnosis, consultation, or treatment. An insurer may not impose any annual or lifetime dollar maximum on coverage for telehealth services other than an annual or lifetime dollar maximum that applies in the aggregate to all items and services covered under the policy. The coverage required by this section shall include the use of telehealth technologies as it pertains to medically necessary remote patient monitoring services to the full extent that those services are available. Mr. President, I urge passage of the bill.
Is there further discussion? Not all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results on this question being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk has title amendment.
Committee on Health and Human Resources move to amend the title of the bill.
Question before the Senate is adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4009 relating to the process for involuntary hospitalization. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Recognize the senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for House Bill 4009 amends 5 sections in Chapter 27 of the West Virginia Code and would insert 2 new sections in the West Virginia Code, also in Chapter 27. The House bills that came to us dealt simply with 1 new section, and it was Section 2A, and it's a section that allows an alternate process for involuntary hospitalization. Involuntary hospitalization by a physician for up to 72 hours. That's the limit on that. Requires a petition in court for involuntary hospitalization to be filed and hearings of normal course, but it allows a physician in the case of a psychiatric emergency to involuntarily commit somebody to the hospital for that limited period of time. To that House bill, we added all the provisions of Senate Bill 278, which we previously passed, which rewrites a number of the sections in Chapter 27, Article 5, in particular dealing with the problem of having someone available to hold hearings. We're actually changing the law back to what it was some 20 or 30 years ago, when all magistrates were empowered to conduct the initial probable cause hearings. This is particularly important in rural counties of the state, where the mental hygiene commissioners are not available often to come and hold a hearing for many, many hours, sometimes all day. So our idea was to, in Senate Bill 278, which already passed the Senate, authorize the magistrates throughout the state. There are magistrates in every county of this state, at least 2 in every county, and there's always one on call. Empower them to conduct those initial hearings where a person could be convicted, just committed for up to a couple days, a few days, while they're examined and evaluated further. And the bill requires training for them in the mental hygiene issues. One other aspect of that bill, which passed the Senate about a month ago and is added 3 weeks ago and is added into this bill, is a new section in Article 6A of Chapter 27, and it mandates a study. And it includes the Supreme Court, the behavioral health people, the DHHR, the prosecutors, the defense bar, and everybody to study and examine the forensic commitments. Those are commitments when people are determined not to be competent to stand trial on a criminal charge, or where a jury has determined that they're not guilty by reason of mental illness. And the advocates, we include the advocates in the study. There have been some suggestions that our processes are certainly not best practices and may have some constitutional infirmities with them, and this bill requires that study to be provided to the legislature this summer, along with proposed legislation. Be happy to try to answer questions, Mr. President. Otherwise, I urge passage of this important bill.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? Not. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results on this question being 33 yeas, 1 nay, 0 absent, not voting. More than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk has title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary move to amend the title of the bill.
Question before the Senate is adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk will communicate the action and send it to the House. Hey, Lee, hold on just 1 second. Can I take like a 5-minute? I just do whatever you want. Senator will be in ease for 5 minutes. Zero absent and not voting. More than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk has title amendment.
Committee on Interstate Cooperation move to amend the title of the bill.
Question before the Senate is adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk will communicate the action and send it to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4377, the Protection of Vulnerable Adults from Financial Exploitation Act. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? The senator from Morgan County is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 4377 would create a new article in the state code. It goes in Chapter 32. And it would be designated as Article 6, addressing the protection of eligible adults from financial exploitation. This legislature has passed similar legislation with respect to banks and financial institutions. This one relates, same thing, but it relates to brokers and securities dealers and is designed to protect vulnerable elderly adults from financial exploitation. There are 11 sections in the new article. 10 short title definitions, and then restrictions, and it works essentially the same way the financial exploitation bill with banks and financial institutions works. It authorizes people who are securities people who suspect financial exploitation of an elderly person to make reports of that. It gives them protections from civil liability for making those reports and allows for investigations. Mr. President, I'd be happy to try to answer any questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Is there further discussion? Not. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results on this question being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 are absent and not voting. More than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk has a title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary move to amend the title of the bill.
Question before the Senate is adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4388, limiting the Alcohol Beverage Control Commissioner's authority to restrict advertising. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Recognize the senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee substitute for House Bill 4388, as it was amended yesterday on the floor of the Senate, provides for regulation of the relationship between beer wholesalers and retailers, addressing such things as signs that may be displayed and the value of those which can be provided to a retailer or a bar gratis to a private club. The bill addresses responsibility for cleaning draft lines, places that within the responsibility of the private club, and makes unlawful conduct to provide anything of value after the amendment yesterday that exceeds $50. Originally, the amendment had said $150. We lowered that to $50 yesterday with a floor amendment. I'd be happy to try to answer questions, Mr. President. I urge passage of the bill.
Is there further discussion? Not. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. just walked out. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results on this question being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk has the title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary move to amend the title of the bill.
Question before the Senate is adoption of title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have, the ayes do have. Declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4395, removing the requirement that a veterinarian access and report to the Controlled Substance Monitoring Database. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Senator from Marshall County.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill relates to the confidentiality of the Controlled Substance Monitoring Database and lists persons with access to the database. In describing persons with access to the database, the bill adds practitioners authorized to describe Schedule 5 controlled substances, which is added to Schedule 2, 3, and 4. This bill also combines two other bills in which it, number one, removes veterinarians from being required to monitor the controlled substance database, and it adds pharmacists licensed by the West Virginia Board of Pharmacy to those who do have to check the database. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Junior Senator from the 8th. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results on this question being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk has the title amendment.
Committee on Health and Human Resources move to amend the title of the bill.
Question before the Senate is adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4398, relating to required courses of instruction.
Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill over one day while retaining its place on the calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4439, clarifying the method for calculating the amount of severance tax attributable to the increase in coal production. Third reading of the bill.
Is this recognize the senior senator from the 15th?
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of House Bill 44.
Wait. Is this the one? But are we? Hold on just a second. Where's James? Hey, James. Is this the one we had the amendment? Oh, okay. All right. Okay, so question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? So I'll recognize the senior senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of House Bill 4439 is to clarify the coal severance tax rebate. This rebate would be allowed for the capital investment of new machinery and equipment directly used in severing coal for sale, profit, or commercial use, and the coal preparation and processing facilities placed in service or use on or after July the 1st, 2019. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? Not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Patricia. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results on this question being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk has the title amendment.
Committee on Finance move to amend the
Recognize
title.
the senior senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unanimous consent to withdraw the committee title amendment.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Clerk has another title amendment.
Senator Blair moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question before the Senate is adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk will communicate the action and send it to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 4447, creating the Shared Table Initiative for senior citizens who suffer from food insecurity. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Recognize the senior senator from the 6th.
It's not in my... I'm so sorry.
It's fine.
You want me to part of that? Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be put at the foot of the bills on third reading.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Engrossed Committee Substitute for House Bill 4494, Tobacco Use Cessation Initiative. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Recognize the senior senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of House Bill 4494 is to curb tobacco use. The bill, as it came out of Finance, creates a task force. Membership of the task force is set out in the bill. The chairman is to be the commissioner of the Bureau of Public Health. The task force is in charge with assessing programs, identifying usage trends, and making policy and legislative recommendations. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Yeah, you're right. That's what I want to do. Okay. Is there further discussion? Further discussion? Not. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there will be 33 yeas, 1 nay, 0 absent and not voting. More than the majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk has title amendment.
Committee on Finance moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question before the Senate is adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk will communicate the action and send it to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 4499, relating to multi-county trail network authorities. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Kidding me. Oh, recognize the senator from Upshur County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4499, relating to the multi-county trail network authorities.
That one on my list.
This bill would amend certain provisions relating to the multi-county trail network authorities and certain provisions relating to the Mountaineer Trail Network Recreation Authority, both created in 2019. It eliminates the restriction on entering or remaining in a recreational area without a user permit in the multi-county trail network authority system, continues the Mountaineer Trail Network Recreation Authority, and expands the authority to include Doddridge, Lewis, Ritchie, Upshur, and Wood counties, and removes the term non-commercial from the description of permitted recreational activities in the Mountaineer Trail Network Recreation Authority, thereby allowing commercial activities such as commercial bike rentals. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I urge passage of the bill.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? Not. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent not voting, more than the majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk has title amendment.
Committee on Natural Resources moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question before the Senate is adoption of title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk will communicate the action and send it to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4509, transferring the parole board to the Division of Corrections and Rehabilitation for purposes of administrative and other support. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Recognize the senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for House Bill 4509 amends a single section state code. It's in Chapter 62, Article 12, Section 12. Article 12 is probation and parole. This bill places hierarchically the parole board under the authority of the Division of Correction and Rehabilitation Services for administrative purposes. And I think what we learned is that is sort of the statute then will be conforming to what has been the practice. I think the parole board, from what we learned, relies on the staff of the Division of Corrections and Rehabilitation for the execution of its mission under current law. The bill also allows the creation of an office of vice chairman of the parole board who would serve in the place of the chairman of the parole board when the chairman's unavailable. It allows, for the first time, it would allow the governor to appoint substitute parole board members who would serve on a per diem basis when members of the parole board are unable or unwilling, unable, I guess is what occurs, unable to go around to the various institutions and have a quorum to hold parole hearings. The point of this whole bill is to make that administration of that process more efficient. I'll be happy to try to answer questions, urge passage of the bill.
Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk has the title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary move to amend the title of the bill.
Question before the Senate is adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 4514, permitting the use of leashed dogs to track mortally wounded deer or bear. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Recognize the senator from Upshur County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Engrossed House Bill 4514, permitting the use of leashed dogs to track mortally wounded deer or bear. The engrossed House bill, as amended, amends 3 sections of the code. The bill creates a new section, 20-2-5J, allowing a person who is legally hunting and reasonably believes he or she has mortally wounded a deer or bear to use leashed dogs or a dog handler of leashed dogs to track and locate the mortally wounded deer or bear, and sets forth requirements. It amends 20-2-16, setting forth protocol when a natural resource police officer takes custody of a dog known to have unlawfully hunted or chased deer. This provides an exception for using leashed dogs to track and locate mortally wounded deer or bear, and requires the officer to return the dog to the owner if the owner can be determined, and if not, to the county humane officer for this facility. And finally, it amends 20-2-22A, creating an exception referencing new Section 5J to the provision making it unlawful to organize for commercial purposes or to professionally outfit a bear hunt, or to give or receive any consideration whatsoever or any donation in money, goods, or services in connection with a bear hunt. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I urge passage of the bill.
Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 32 yeas, 2 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare The bill passed. Clerk has title amendment.
Committee on Natural Resources move to amend the title of the bill.
Question before the Senate is adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it. Declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 4523, removing the limitation of number of apprentice hunting and trapping licenses a person may purchase.
Are we laying this over? Recognize the senator from Upshur County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Engrossed House Bill 45.
I should have recognized the junior senator from the 17th first. Junior senator from 17.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our question unanimous consent that the bill over one day while retaining its place on the calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. He stood up earlier.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4530, authorizing daily passenger rental car companies to charge reasonable administrative fees. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Recognize senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 4530 would create one new single section in the state code. It goes in Chapter 17A, Article 6D, which is the article addressing daily passenger rental car businesses. And the new section would be designated Section 17, addressing authorized administrative fees. Makes it clear that a rental company can charge a fee, an administrative fee. It's up to $25 or 10% of the debt, and it relates to debts that are incurred and paid by the rental car company from its the people who rent the cars, parking tickets, tolls, citation, etc. Be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, I urge the bill's passage.
Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results on this question being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk has title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary move to amend the title of the bill.
Question before the Senate is adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it. Declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4543, relating to insurance coverage for diabetics. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Recognize the senator from Marshall County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this bill provides a $100 cap for a 30-day supply of covered prescription of insulin, regardless of the quantity or type of prescription insulin used to fill the covered person's prescription needs. The bill also mandates coverage for equipment and supplies, including blood glucose monitors, monitor supplies, injection aids, syringes, insulin infusion devices, and pharmacologic agents and orthotics. The bill also mandates coverage for diabetes self-management. Lastly, this bill provides that a pharmacy benefits manager, a health plan, or any other third party that reimburses a pharmacy for drugs or services shall not reimburse a pharmacy at a lower rate and shall not assess a charge back or adjustment on a pharmacy on the basis that the person's cost sharing is being impacted. Mr. President, it's a good bill. It's going to help a lot of people in West Virginia, probably save a few lives as well. I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? Recognize the senator from Harrison County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stood up here probably 10 days ago now and asked that this bill be moved forward. And I want to tell you, my mom always said that when you don't listen to the ideas of others, it makes you dumber. And we need to listen to each other more. And here's a great example. That's not the bill we had here 10 days ago, but both sides got together and we came to a really good compromise that's going to do a lot of good things. I thank the chairman from Health. This is an important bill. It's something we did together. And you know what? We're going to move West Virginia forward with it. And I wish we could do it more often. But I stand in full support of this bill, Mr. President, and urge passage.
Is there further discussion? Recognize the senator from Tucker County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for Rule 43 being an insulin-dependent diabetic. This is going to affect me directly. And
At the appropriate time, as I understand your inquiry, it's properly placed, and you are a member of a class and therefore would be required to vote. Thank you. Are there other members desiring to speak to the bill? Recognize the senator from Wood County.
Same thing, Mr. President. Rule 43, I'm a diabetic.
Your inquiry, in response to your inquiry, it's my understanding you're a member of a class and therefore would be required to vote. Senator from Upshur County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm almost there.
Yeah.
Not too far away, according to my doctor, so I'd ask for the same request.
It's my understanding of your situation and in response to your inquiry that you're a member of a class and therefore will be required to vote. Others? Other members desiring to speak to the bill? Recognize the senator from Braxton County.
I pick up my neighbor's prescription of insulin, and I just wondered if I needed to be excused.
Other members desiring to speak to the bill? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 33 yeas, 1 nay, 0 absent, not voting, more than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action and send it to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4558, creating a personal income tax credit for volunteer firefighters in West Virginia.
Recognize the senior senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to withdraw the Finance Committee amendment.
Hang on.
We changed it down here. Let's stand.
Bill's on third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4558, creating a personal income tax credit for volunteer firefighters in West Virginia. The bill is advanced to third reading with the right to amend.
Question for the Senate. Are there amendments to the bill? Recognize the senior senator from the 15th.
Sorry, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to withdraw the Finance Committee amendment.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Are there further amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. Senators Blair and Palumbo move to amend the bill by striking out everything after
Recognize
the
the senior
clause.
senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator may proceed.
Mr. President, the purpose of this amendment is to offer 3 additional tax options beyond the tax credit granted to the volunteer firefighters, which was in the original intent of this bill. The first one ties in Senate Bill 203. There is a provision that gives the option to the taxpayer to dedicate all or a portion of their tax refund to the Department of Veteran Affairs for nursing home care and health care for aging veterans and for the care of veteran cemeteries. Mr. President, that one had passed out of this chamber over to the other side of the building. Also, the amendment would include the provisions of Senate Bill 745, which passed the Senate and would exempt the state sales and use tax for rental equipment among corporations who have at least 50% common ownership. And the last amendment also, the last part of the amendment also incorporates the provisions of Senate Bill 755, which this body passed, that creates a high wage growth business tax credit. Mr. President, I urge adoption of this amendment.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion. Recognize the senator from Morgan County.
Senator yield. Senator
yield. Senator does yield.
I'm just curious. I didn't follow it totally. How many bills do you have jammed into this one?
Well, we used the senator from Morgan's compression method to get 3 in.
3?
Yes, we did.
So that's the high water mark for this session. I would congratulate you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Very good. Are there other members desiring to speak to the amendment? Not. The question for the Senate is adoption of the amendment as explained by the senior senator from the 15th. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not, the bill, clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4558, creating a personal income tax credit for volunteer firefighters in West Virginia. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Discussion. Not, all those in favor will vote yea, those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk has a title amendment.
Senator Blair moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question before the Senate is adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it. Declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4560, relating to deliveries by a licensed wine specialty shop. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Recognize Senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 4560 amends a single section of the code. It's Section 6B, Article 8, Chapter 60. And Article 8 is sale of wines. So under current law, you can order wine to be delivered, but you have to purchase it in person, face to face. This bill changes that. It allows an order to be placed by telephonic, electronic, mobile, or web-based wine ordering, but the purchaser has to be able to verify that he or she is 21. And there apparently are apps that do that. And there's an aspect in the change in the law here regarding delivery. So if the person to whom the wine or gift basket is delivered is not the purchaser, the licensee must verify that the person who receives it is at least 21 years of age and is not intoxicated at the time of the delivery. I urge passage of the bill.
Is there further discussion? Not, all those in favor will vote yea, those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 33 yeas, 1 nay, 0 absent, not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk has title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question before the Senate is adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it. Declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4573, relating to Medicaid subrogation liens of the Department of Health and Human Resources. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Recognize Senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 4573 amends a single section of the state code, and it's Section 11 of Article 5 of Chapter 9. Chapter 9 is the Health and Human Resources. Article 5, miscellaneous provisions, all relating to subrogation when Medicaid has paid medical bills for a participant in the program and recovers from a third party, a tortfeasor, has a settlement or recovery. So for years, Mr. President, we've heard that our state was out of compliance with the laws as mandated by the federal regulations, Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services. Our current law says that subrogation is exempt. It doesn't apply if the settlement is doesn't exceed $20,000. So this bill changes the focus of that, and the focus is no longer on the size of the settlement, it's on the size of the Medicaid lien. So what it says now, this bill will say that subrogation applies if the Medicaid lien exceeds $1,500. That's the new threshold. And if it does, Plaintiffs, claimants have to make subrogation. This bill delineates the process for how that works, and when there's a conflict, we adopted an amendment on the floor yesterday that makes clear that the department has the burden of establishing the amount of the Medicaid lien, and the recipient of the settlement has the burden of proving that the allocation is proper. Mr. President, I'll be happy to try to answer any questions. I urge passage of the bill.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. Clerk will prepare the machine. Senator from Cabell County? Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, be 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Junior Senator from 17.
Move the bill be made effective July 1, 2020. Request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective July 1, 2020, and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting, more than two-thirds of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective July 1, 2020. Clerk will communicate the action and send it to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4611 relating to fireworks. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Recognize the Senator from Cabell County.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 4611 would require the State Fire Marshal to establish a procedure to allow fireworks retailers to combine and pay all applicable fees in a single payment. The House of Delegates passed this bill on a vote of 71 to 26 with 3 absent. I will note that my cousin, Mr. Bonasso, has assisted, his counsel has assisted with this bill greatly, and I urge passage. I'll entertain questions to the extent someone wants to propose some.
Is there further discussion? I recognize the senior senator from the 15th.
Will the gentleman yield?
The senator yield?
Yield.
Senator yields.
Since yesterday, have you changed your position on whether we should be combining and making fee payments easier by squeezing them together?
Well, I'm no plumber, but I can tell you this. I believe this will be another tool in the toolbox. It potentially could be a game changer. Anything else?
That sounds like a really good answer. We may get to do more of these.
Thank you. We can keep going. I urge passage.
All right. Are there other members desiring to speak to the bill? Recognize the senator from Brooke County.
Mr. President, will the senator yield?
Senator yield. Senator does yield.
Senator, this amends Section 5, this article, which is the Fireworks Safety Code. Is that correct?
Well, I don't want this bill to blow up on us at this point, but go ahead.
Well, and quite frankly, that was my concern, that this whole thing might blow up in our face, but you're comfortable with the changes that are made?
Well, maybe you can elaborate.
No, as long as you're comfortable, I'm fine.
Are you sure? I don't want this blowing up down the road on us.
I'll take the senator's word.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the bill?
Thank you.
Other members? Not the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting, having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk has a title amendment.
Committee on Finance move to amend the title of the bill.
Question before the Senate is adoption of title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have, the ayes do have. Declare the title amendment adopted. Excuse me. Clerk will communicate the action and send it to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4619 approving plans proposed by electric utilities to install middle mile broadband fiber. The bill is advanced to third reading with the right to amend.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on Government Organization moved to amend
Recognize
bill.
the senior senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 4619 allows electric utilities to install middle-mile broadband fiber on their existing infrastructure in order to facilitate expansion of broadband service into underserved and unserved areas. The middle-mile program would be overseen by the Broadband Council and the Public Service Commission. The strike and insert amendment corrects citations to code and makes technical changes throughout the bill. It adds language relating to electrical cooperatives providing broadband services and amends language relating to last mile providers. I'll entertain questions. Otherwise, I urge adoption of the amendment.
The clerk has an amendment to the amendment.
Senator Maynard moved to amend the amendment on page 1 through 7 by striking out all of section 1.
Recognize the senior senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment to the strike and insert amendment for House Bill 4619 removes the word underserved from the bill and makes a change to resolve a code conflict with Senate Bill 739. That change strikes out sections 24-2-1 entirely and moves the clause in that section stating that electric utilities installing middle-mile fiber broadband infrastructure are not considered public utilities engaged in transmission of messages to a proviso in 24-2-10, subsection B. I'll entertain questions. Otherwise, I urge adoption of the amendment.
Is there further discussion? Not the question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment to the amendment as offered by the senior senator from the 6th. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the amendment to the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the amendment?
No, sir.
Not the question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment as amended. Is there further discussion? Not. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment as amended adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not. The clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4619, approving plans proposed by electric utilities to install middle-mile broadband fiber. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Recognize the senior senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 4619 allows electric utilities to install middle-mile broadband fiber on their existing infrastructure in order to facilitate expansion of broadband service into underserved and unserved areas. The middle-mile program would be overseen by the Broadband Enhancement Council and the Public Service Commission. I urge passage of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there further discussion? Recognize the senior senator from the 5th.
Thank you, Mr. President. As a member of the Broadband Council, this is one of the initiatives that the Broadband Council took on, and over the last 2 or 3 months have been able to get to a resolve on many of the issues that it presented to us. This is a very major piece in the full implementation of getting internet service to West Virginians so that we can compete nationally, internationally, and in respect to communities that don't have any service. And the initial pilot project in Mingo and Logan County, this will help it move forward and happen this year, that hopefully many more will come after that. So I look forward to this. I'm glad that we finally have this here before us, and this has been about 3 or 4 months of hard work by, I know, the Appalachian Power and First Energy, and I know that their representatives have been listening or are here, and I think that this is really a good step forward.
Yeah. Thank you. Further discussion? Further discussion? If not, question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk has a title amendment.
Committee on Government Organization.
Recognize Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to withdraw the title amendment.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Clerk has another title amendment.
Senator Maynard moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question before the Senate is adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.